Which one of you fucking idiots shit in your water tank? Like, that's honest to God. That's a fucking, you did that shit on purpose. What is that? Ron, you're looking all fucking guilty over there.
How do you define being generous?
Well, you're all here tonight in the rain.
Yeah, how do you define it? Tell us.
I'm generous to my wife.
This is absurd.
Today, 15% of high schoolers are on Adderall. Adderall was created by Nazi Germany. Merck developed the precursor to Adderall in order to give the German soldiers, so they got one pill a day. It was discontinued by the end of the war because there was such psychosis among the German soldiers taking this every day. It was to make them more aggressive. They actually reformulated it, Merck, and made a stronger version, and that is Adderall, which is now given to 15% of children. Parents being cudgeled with medical studies saying they're putting their kid at risk for not following this medical guidance. So if their kid is a little bit distracted, sitting in a sedentary environment with limited sunlight, being force-fed ultra-processed food, they're getting a little fidgety, and they're prescribed Adderall right away. That's the standard of care. Think about any animal you put in a cage, low sunlight, sedentary, force-feeding ultra-processed food. We're really committing mass child abuse in many ways, and we're normalizing that.
I'm extremely grateful for people like this exposing these things. But more than that, we need a revolution of returning back to God's design for how to take care of our bodies.
A couple of months ago, I did just spent 2 days deep diving on 3i Atlas, looking at some astrophysicists, other reports and whatnot was said. And it really does look like not only is it celestially divine, which is first and foremost, going right back to God from 7.6 billion years ago on his trajectory, then speeding up, then getting brighter, then altering course as well. But the fact that it's also going to kind of pass by Earth at that Christmas timeframe, and it's made some incredible intersecting points, as you know, which go all the way back to Islam and Judaism and Christianity in certain points, and it's all of biblical proportions, and it really feels like it's lining up. And I know we can just say, because we had Tina Peters taken into solitary confinement in Colorado again yesterday, right after Peter Tickton's letter to President Trump, which we shared and went viral with a lot of other people. On the same day, I had Juan O'Savin on here a couple of days ago live, where you can look at the ground to frame it up for the audience. So you can look at things that are going on, like just happened in Canada Parliament, because they have a lot of Canadians here who follow the show, yesterday, where they said all members of Parliament are exempt from any laws in Canada except for the criminal code. Once again, rules for me, not for me. So, and then we have tractors and we have private tanks, collectors with their own tanks in the UK, which have surrounded Parliament and say, no, enough is enough. But overall, at the high level, what you're sharing here with the audience is, set aside Monroe Doctrine, we're literally going back to spheres around the planet, which are overseen and quote unquote controlled by personal avatars, President Trump, Xi, Modi, Putin, maybe it's Putin 2.0, I feel it is. And it's all supposed to be backed by a celestially divined, super intelligent AI to oversee everything on the grid network to help all of mankind and all life ascend while we're living in a true Star Trek age, which is practically here, almost ready to be fully blown out here live in the next 20 or so months. Is that kind of a great way to frame it up for the audience, Gene, from a summary in that standpoint? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty
so on 3i Atlas, they hit it with ground-penetrating radar that can go all the way through it. And it reorganized itself inside, and it grew in dimensions inside.
Really? I didn't hear or see that one yet. Oh, my gosh. Wow.
They were freaked. It got bigger inside. The outside didn't change. And they were like, oh, my word, this is really high-level intelligent thing. It's like something else. And so it does tie into Hopi prophecy, Navajo prophecy, quite a few of the Native Americans, and Blue Kachina event. And then also it's working with the Golden Dome. And the Golden Dome is already done.
I figured we were about 200 feet down, and it was just this monstrous cavern shape. The walls came to a canter, and they became perpendicular. And you stick out your arms, and there's no shadows anywhere.
Right.
So I thought, well, where's the lights? There's no light fixtures anywhere. How did they do that? As we're traveling down through there, on each side there were shops and offices, people working there, work bays, and then hangar bays. But the ones that were open, what you could see was really odd. I saw this first set of aircraft. It looked like big teardrops with landing legs. I've never seen anything like that. And they weren't models because there were electric power hooked to them, air conditioner hoses, and drip pans. So we went down past another hangar door, and sitting in there, these, I don't know, just imagine if you put landing gears on an arrowhead. That's what they look like. You know, big arrowhead-shaped aircraft. And then the last thing I remember seeing on the hangars was this one big bomber, Delta Wing. It was shaped like a triangle, and it was just gigantic. It was huge, God almighty. Then we went on down further, and we were about a quarter mile into it, and still you can look down at the end, nowhere in. It just, infinity, just keeps on going.
If I was president, every state would have tents and fire.
Let me just kind of go through this. We don't talk about Israeli politics very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel was on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, where they anticipated tens of thousands of people to take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead.
Breaking news. House Democrats just released new Epstein photos, including Donald Trump. But here's what they're not telling you. The photos show Donald Trump appearing at public events in 1990s, where Jeffrey Epstein was also present. Democrats are pushing them out now, claiming they are raising serious questions. But here's the key context most of these headlines are leaving out. Number one, these aren't secret meetings. They are public social photos taken years before Epstein's crimes were fully exposed. Number two, Trump has never been charged, accused, or named as a participant in Epstein's crimes. In fact, multiple reports say Trump cut ties with Epstein long before his arrest. And number three, timing matters. These photos are being released during an election cycle when political pressures are at its highest. And finally, the photos alone do not equal proof of wrongdoing. Being in the same room, being involved in the same crime. Let's put it this way. This is a political move designed to shape, not present new evidence. Always separate facts from the framing, and don't let viral images replace real proof. Let's put it this way. Trump didn't do a damn thing. And let me tell you something. I back him all day. And if you do, smash the heart, leave a comment, drop a follow, FYP, share me post. Stay blessed. More news coming soon. Oh, P.S. Democrats, nice try. Ha ha.
Is there no hostility from another species because there's a higher governing species, or is it just the fact that there is no hostility whatsoever? How can we be sure of that? First question.
Everybody who I know who has dealt directly with those beings have told me our own experience, and that is they are completely non-hostile. They have been portrayed as such because how do you unite the world around a military response? You create a false alien threat. This is what Werner von Braun warned about, and we are very much at that point, unfortunately. So I think that calmer minds need to prevail, but there is no evidence they are hostile. Now let me make one other point. As I said one time to a general, I won't say who it is, because if they were hostile, and given the galactically foolish things we have done, targeting them, striking them, now these systems that are faster than speed of light, moving out into space, the technologies they have in a fraction of a second could shut down all those systems and everything else. They have not. Why have they not done that? Because they are essentially very peaceful, highly organized, socially evolved, psychologically and emotionally evolved civilizations. One other point, common sense. If you possess those sort of weapons and you're still of the consciousness of violence, you're going to blow yourself up or some nearby planet with you. Because we're not talking about, let's forget science fiction. You're not talking about boom, boom with a laser beam, right? Or a kinetic missile, or even a thermonuclear missile. You're talking about able to affect the fabric of space-time. And then if those technologies are weaponized, it's over in a fraction of a second. So the proof, I said to one senior military guy, that they are not hostile, is that you and I are still breathing the free air of Earth. If you know what we've been doing, it's quite clear that this is actually proof that they're not hostile. If you understand what those technologies are, and if you understand what covert illegal projects have been doing.
Out of respect for the family, can you please stop? That phrase worked. It didn't answer anything, but it shut people up. After the Kennedy assassination, there were doubts, there were inconsistencies, there were unanswered questions, and more often than not, questioning wasn't framed as curiosity. It was framed as cruelty, as bad manners, as something decent people simply didn't do. Out of respect for the family, of course. And slowly, something dangerous happened. A national concern was reduced to a private emotion, and public truth took a back seat to perceived politeness. I heard that phrase again this week. Please don't ask questions out of respect for the family, including the work family. And that stopped me. Because families grieve, but institutions operate. They hire, they fire, they profit, they influence. And when institutions wrap themselves in grief language, they're not asking for respect. They're asking for immunity. Here's the truth. A free society does not owe silence to power. It owes itself clarity. Asking questions isn't disrespect. It's responsibility. And when questioning becomes taboo, history tells us exactly what comes next. My friends, we are all anonymous, and history never thanks those who stayed quiet.
Here's the thing, you know what's crazy about China? There's not even 2 billion people in China. We all think China has 2 billion people, right?
That's what they always claim.
That's what they claim.
Right.
Here's two things. How is it that when the CCP took over in the 50s and they had that one birth rule, singular kid, how is it that their population grew since then? Does that make sense?
That's a good point.
Two, a Chinese national just came out and said, there's not 2 billion people in China. She says it's probably closer to 500 million.
That's it?
That's it. Yes. She said they've been lying because it's propaganda. They want to seem bigger than what they are. How do you surveil 2 billion people? Isn't 500 million way more manageable? And it's a lot of land, so that's the thing. And they have ghost towns over there. Right now, they built tons of like skyscrapers and all this other stuff. They were expecting all these people, but I think they did that by design. It's really not that many people over there.
Wow, 500?
We have what, 300 here? 350?
Yeah, 350 here.
That's not much bigger than us.
I have a few Chinese friends, and the ones that come from small towns are the small towns. So I don't know about the 2 billion.
I mean, that's what they always claim. So I was leaning on that.
How is that possible if they only had the one-child rule for 50 plus years?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
So they're lying. So that's the thing. So it's much more manageable. So that's why they have the social credit score system right now. Like if you have a low score and you're hanging out with somebody else, your score drops. And then like if your score is too low, you can't ride the train. You can't get something to eat. There's videos where there's like, you see it on a board.
So you starve?
Yes. There's people starving in the streets right now.
Okay, how do you get a good score? What does a good score mean?
They're saying basically if you do good deeds, if you help the government.
If you do good deeds?
Yes.
Shit, it's just Black Mirror.
You haven't seen Black Mirror?
Seen Black Mirror.
There's an episode where a girl is trying to like be a good Samaritan in society and it builds up her score. That's literally what's happening right now.
And that came out like 5 years ago.
You can't buy food.
No, you can't ride the train.
So you die.
Yeah. There's videos of people dying in the street right now in China because they have the lowest.
Again, however, I want to just pay my respects to the people. Unfortunately, 2 are no longer with us. Brown University, 9 injured, and 2 are looking down on us right now from heaven. And likewise in Australia, as you know, that was a terrible attack, 11 dead, 29 badly wounded. And that was an anti-Semitic attack, obviously. And I just want to pay my respects to everybody. I must say in Syria also, we had an attack in Syria, and we had 3 great patriots terminated by bad people, and not the Syrian government. It was ISIS. Syrian government fought by our side. The new president fought by our side. But I just want to pay my respects to the families. We also had 3 injured, but 2 of them are already out of the hospital, and one's going to be okay. But we lost 3, so it was a rough day. But to Australia and the Prime Minister, to everybody that we know so well, we get along with so well, so we don't get ourselves in any trouble, but they have a person of interest at Brown. And in Australia, you probably read it's been a very, very brave person, actually, who went and attacked frontally one of the shooters and saved a lot of lives. So very brave person who's right now in the hospital, pretty seriously wounded. So great respect to that man that did that. But we're here for...
The fundamental question of our time is whether the West has the will to survive. Do we have the confidence in our values to defend them at any cost? Do we have enough respect for our citizens to protect our borders? Do we have the desire and the courage to preserve our civilization in the face of those who would subvert and destroy it?
We need more godly muscle, the kind that crushes the WEF, the occult overlords of the New World Order, the anti-God machines in the halls of power. Tear them out root and branch. Make way for the government that rests on his shoulders, the one with no end to its peace. To know why that day is coming sure as the sunrise, you have to go back to the original betrayal, back when the morning star still walked the high ground. Ezekiel 28 pulls the curtain. He was there in Eden, the garden of God, perfect in beauty, the anointed cherub who covered the throne itself. Every precious stone was his covering. The workmanship of his settings and sockets was in him from the day he was created, flawless cut, flashing fire in every direction. He stood at the heart of God's perfect system, the living diamond of glory where the 4 creatures roared holy, and the 24 elders bowed in rhythm. He watched it work. He saw how every stone caught the uncreated light of the throne and threw it back brighter, anisotropic, alive, magnifying the Lamb before the Lamb was ever slain. He saw perfection, and it wasn't enough, because he loved himself more than the light. He said, I will ascend. I will be like the Most High. One look in the mirror, and the cherub turned counterfeit Godfather. And that's the topic for today, the first organized crime syndicate, Lucifer's Mafia, and the cosmic turf war. The first organized crime syndicate was born. The stones that once adorned him became his brand, the white solitaire diamond his signature piece, the isotropic heart of the new outfit. That stone could look brilliant in scattered dirty light, this world's light, but it could not magnify the true glory. It only took, never gave back, self-love carved into crystal.
No diamonds, no rubies, no garnets. They're isotropic. Who knew this 2,000 years ago? No scientist knew it. Nobody knew it. John the Apostle, writing down the book of Revelation as the Lord dictated it to him, he didn't know. Nobody knew except one person in the entire universe, and he knew, and that was God himself.
Tina Peters went to trial. They found her guilty, yes, I think, of 7 felonies. Look, she's a Gold Star mother. She's in ill health. She's held, I think, in a medium security women's prison in Colorado, which my understanding is quite dangerous with the inmates there. She's being abused and picked on all the time when she's not in solitary confinement. But just for the audience, didn't you guys have every opportunity to present all this evidence at her case, at her trial? before she was found guilty of seven felonies by a jury of her peers, especially because some of the charges were very specific to what you're talking about today, correct?
No, the charge, first of all, she was convicted of 4 felonies. She was acquitted of 3.
Okay.
And we had no chance to present evidence about why Tina did what she did. So why she did what she did is she knew that the Secretary of State was going to erase the digital election records that she, as county clerk, was obligated to preserve by federal law. And once she knew that, she made arrangements with a qualified cybersecurity consultant to make an image of the Mesa County election management server hard drive so those records would be preserved. The image that she made was legal. The gentleman who did it was authorized to enter the room. Tina had the legal authority to authorize that gentleman to do the work that he did. And the cameras were turned off to protect the identity of that person who had requested that his identity not be revealed because he was being hunted by the cartels for his work for the FBI in a child trafficking internet operation. So Tina honored his request that his identity be kept secret. The cameras were turned off, but that was legal. The cameras were not required to be turned on. And the convictions occurred because his identity was misrepresented as Gerald Wood instead of his real name, Conan Hayes. Gerald Wood voluntarily agreed to let this gentleman use his county key card to get into the room and identify himself as Gerald Wood. Gerald Wood agreed to that in advance. So there was no identity theft. There was no conspiracy to steal identity.
DC when it happened and flew right back, and I'm catching up right now.
President, with all due respect, 6 hours after this shooting, and you said you don't know what was going on in that classroom? How does that happen? Were they taking an exam? Were they meeting for a club?
I don't know. I don't know.
6 hours later, and you're the president, and you don't know?
I do not know.
Well, that's kind of concerning.
He is somebody, he is a billionaire who left a life of luxury to serve the American people. He is somebody who is not doing it for power. He already had power. He's not doing it for fame. He already had fame. He's not doing it for the money. He already had money. He doesn't care. He wakes up every morning to all the insults and the hate and images of beheading by Kathy Griffith that his son can watch and be mortified that somebody actually really killed my dad. And then he remembers, I'm not doing this to please the media. I'm doing it because I'm fighting for the American people. They hate him because he is serving the American people. He is putting America first. And they do not know how to handle him. And that's why Donald Trump is resonating with a lot of people in this country, from CEOs of companies to janitors working for $10 an hour. Because from the janitor to the CEO, they know, and everybody in between, President Donald Trump is working for me. And it's a breath of fresh air, because for decades now, we have had many presidents on the right and the left. Not many people could say, Barack Obama is working for me, or George Bush is working for me, or Clinton is working for me. But with Donald Trump, the janitor knows President Donald Trump is working for me. And that's why he's resonating with the people.
Хочу, чтобы меня услышали и простые граждане западных государств. Вас сейчас настойчиво пытаются убедить в том, что все ваши трудности – это результат каких-то враждебных действий России. Что из вашего собственного кошелька надо оплатить борьбу с мифической русской угрозой. Все это ложь. А правда в том, что текущие проблемы, с которыми сталкиваются миллионы людей на Западе, стали результатом многолетних действий правящих элит их государств. Их ошибок, близорукости и амбиций. Эти элиты думают не о том, как улучшить жизнь своих граждан в западных странах. Они одержимы своими корыстными интересами и сверхприбылями.
You don't attract what you want. You attract what you prepare your mind for. Wanting something doesn't change much. Everyone wants more. But your mind only moves toward what it believes is possible. Here's the crazy part. Your mind follows your strongest thoughts, not your biggest wishes. If you think from fear, you'll act from fear. If you expect things to fail, you'll spot every reason they might. But the moment you start preparing your mind for things to go right, everything shifts. You think faster, you feel clearer, you start noticing chances you used to walk right past, because now your mind is looking for them, it's expecting them, and what you expect is what you move toward.
We want you to join OMG Undercover Reporting Team. We're looking for undercover journalists. We're looking for American swipers. This is not for the faint of heart.
Diddy at his core is a bad guy. I did work with him. He's a fucking asshole. And I knew that from the get-go. He had more to do than just whether you got a record deal or not. Like, he could blacklist you, especially after you went to one of his parties and it seemed fun and there were girls and drugs and da-da-da-da. But now he's got you on video doing weird shit.
So what you just saw was a woman meeting with someone close to Diddy, Monty Shillman calling P. Diddy an asshole. But we want people to go undercover. We want you to join OMG Undercover Reporting Team. If you've got what it takes to expose this corruption, it's an incredible thing that reforms society. We want to dig deep. We're looking for American swipers. We're looking for undercover journalists. This is not for the faint of heart.
It's New York. And California's election, New York also, but California more than any other place is so rigged. It's such a rigged election. You know, we won the Hispanic vote. So a lot of people say Republican wouldn't win California, but I won the Hispanic vote. I won in Miami. Think of that. In Miami, I won the Hispanic vote. Along the Texas border, I won every single city or town touching the Texas border, and they're 85 to 90% Hispanic. We won the Hispanic vote. If the vote in California was legitimate, which it's not, they have 38 million ballots. Everything is mail-in voting. They mail out 38 million ballots, and they come in. Where the hell do they go, and where do they come from? It's a rigged election in California, because we would win California by a lot. And again, they feel they have the advantage with Hispanic. They don't. Because of the tariffs, we've taken in more than think of this, $18 trillion. There's never been anything like it. As an example, the previous administration, Sleepy Joe Biden, took in less than $1 trillion in 4 years. We took in more than $18 trillion in 10 months. I'd say that's pretty good, right? I'd say that's pretty good. And if you go back into history, there's never been a country that's taken in more than $3 trillion.
The amount of value that is going to travel across both the XRP network and the XLM network, Ripple and Stellar, is going to be more value across those networks than the S&P 500 or the NASDAQ or let's call it the Fortune 1000 companies combined. Because the Internet of Value is so much bigger than the Internet of voice and data. Or think of all the stuff, the goods and services that Amazon sells, makeup, suntan lotions, computer products, books, toiletry, whatever it is. Add that all up. That is commerce denominated in dollars. When we talk about value, property, real estate, stocks, bonds, derivatives, commodities, options, insurance contracts, annuities, you name it, fill in the blank, working 24/7, 365. That in and of itself is about 5.5. The markets are going to be open 5.5 times more by being open 24/7, 365 than they are under banker's hours. Now the settlement is going to take place in 3 to 5 seconds, 24/7, 365 around the world. And the cost of these transactions and settlements is going to drop down to less than a penny per transaction. The amount of value that's going to travel across the Stellar network and across the Ripple network are going to explode and dwarf the amount of revenue and products and services that transpire across the internet of voice and data. Because the original internet was not built to move derivatives and stocks and bonds and treasuries and real estate and land and contracts and derivatives and all the other things that it's going to move. So again, it's very, very hard for the average person to understand how big this is. But it's monstrous. And yes, Stellar has a big part in it. We're bringing in the Jetson age at Mach 7 speed. And it's like the whole world has had, a basketball held underneath the water, 7 feet underneath the water for 80 years. And we're about to let go of the basketball, and it's about to explode through the water. And God only knows how high it's going to go because of all the suppressed technologies and all the suppressed innovations and all of that quantum creativity that has been suppressed within each of us. It's the world's creativity and potential is being uncorked, and we're alive during this time to watch it be uncorked. It's pretty damn amazing.
This is the playbook on almost every scandal that comes to light regarding Democrats. It's 4 steps. Step number 1, deny it's happening. There's nothing to see here. It's absolutely not happening. Scream the headlines from places like the New York Times. Once that becomes undeniable, that it might actually be happening, then you move to no, that's a conspiracy, dismissal. It's a right-wing conspiracy theory. Then we move to the 3rd step. It might be happening. This is a literal internet meme that plays out again and again in the real world. And then finally, the 4th step, the step we just got to with Ezra Klein, the New York Times, and Gavin Newsom. It's happening, and it's good. In other words, you'll take your medicine, and you'll like it.
No wonder Trump ordered the seizure of that Venezuelan oil tanker. Behind it, he was actually securing 3 core strategic gains at once. First, he directly captured a major energy bargaining chip. The seized tanker was not empty. It was carrying over 1 million barrels of crude oil. At an international price of roughly $63 to $64 per barrel, the cargo was worth close to $60 million. This move effectively cut off an important source of revenue for Venezuela and put Trump in an extremely strong position in this standoff. Second, he successfully seized control of the global media narrative. News of the tanker's seizure instantly made international headlines, allowing him to dictate the focus of the discussion. Whether it was diplomatic confrontation, escalating sanctions, or energy security, global attention largely followed the framework he set. Finally, the tanker itself became a key strategic lever. It gave the United States a stronger hand in its power game in Latin America, effectively adding a powerful card that could be used at any time for pressure or negotiation. So, do you support Trump's action?
Disgusting. It's completely disgusting. These are Americans that he is calling garbage. And we feel like there is an unhealthy obsession that he has on the Somali community and an unhealthy and creepy obsession that he has with me. I think it is also really important for us to remember that this kind of hateful rhetoric and this level of dehumanizing can lead to dangerous actions by people who listen to the president.
Well, I find it disgusting that a group of people come into our country and steal billions of our dollars to send back to terrorists. I find it disgusting that a group of people come into our country and refuse to assimilate, would rather have Sharia law, make our country less safe, hurt our citizens. I find that disgusting. I find it disgusting when Ilhan Omar pledges her allegiance to Somalia over the United States of America, while she's serving the United States of America in our government. Oh, and she and Tim Walz and the other liberals are saying this kind of rhetoric is going to lead to violence. You mean like the kind of violence that killed Charlie Kirk? The kind of violence that almost killed President Trump twice? The kind of violence where Tim Pool's house is getting shot up? That kind of violence? Because so far, you guys keep warning that it's going to come from the right. So far, it's only come from the left. And altering the truth like that is dishonest and it's disrespectful, to the right, who has actually had to deal with the political violence that your side has spewed. President Trump is right. These people don't belong in our country because they don't share our values. They're here stealing our money, sending it to terrorists, not wanting to assimilate. They hate America. You, Ilhan Omar, openly hate America. And we're tired of this shit. Like, we're so done with it. We want to preserve our freedoms. And that's not going to happen if we let in the rest of the world. Calling that out, it's not racist. It's not xenophobic, Islamophobic. It's just the truth. And people better start getting comfortable saying it. If, you want your women's rights. If you don't want to wear that shit on your head. In Somalia, they still practice slavery. Women can't vote. They're marrying children. Like, we're not compatible. You're not welcome here. You prefer a culture that celebrates child marriage. No.
Their fate more so. Every time they do something, and they found this out with Operation Looking Glass in 1987, when they saw that the timeline they wanted, the Armageddon line, with a nuclear holocaust at the end and an Armageddon line, and then a huge pandemic, and then complete lockdown of everybody on Earth and a massive population reduction down to 500 million. That was only had a 19% probability. It kept dropping. Everything they tried made it drop, and they got an expert to run the algorithms on it with a supercomputer. And if they got onto it, it only had an 86% chance they could stay on it. And so they got this guy, and they said, I think it's Bill Bursch is his name, and he said, if you don't get it done by 2012, get on that line securely, you will never get on that line. It will be a separate line. You will never, who goes on it will go on it, and those that are on the golden age line will not be able to be pulled over on there unless they sell their soul or something like that. So they kept trying. They didn't listen to him. They didn't believe him. So their first try drove it from the 19% to 17, then to 16, then to 14. Everything they tried, and then 2012 went by. And so that's where we are now. Is Hillary was, of course, supposed to win, and the generals of the plan, and one person, 9 men that are generals, and one person that's not at the very top, went to Trump and said, if we back you, and for all the votes they steal, we'll just steal them back, that you win. You have to win on your own, but we'll make sure that the votes come back to you that they steal, like they always have been. And he said, okay, I'll do it. And he was groomed, actually, for his entire life. He was told this from a young child. That's what he would be doing. So that's where we are now, is we are seeing a movie, essentially, where a lot of things going on are already done. So, like, when they did that summons, people have asked me, well, in the summons and the letter that goes with it, it has a list of people that are being absolved, so to speak. And top of that list was General Milley, who's retired. Well, how could he be arrested if he was, isn't that only active duty there? I said he was arrested. I didn't say he was arrested there. All the generals that are there that are active duty and admirals that are guilty of treason and sedition, many, after the media was let loose. Trump came in, they talked to him, the following people read their statements of what they are guilty of under the United States Code of Military Justice, and they were arrested, and they're sent to Gitmo or Greenland or many other areas for upcoming trials under the UCMJ. So it is active. And then,
did you know that Jesus Christ has already been to hell? After his death on the cross, he descended into the depths of hell to confront Satan himself. As he entered the abyss, the flames fled from around him. Cries of lost souls echoed in the darkness. Demons and princes of hell stepped aside, making way for the most supreme of all celestials. Before the dark throne, Lucifer, in all his arrogance, finally thought he had won, that he had the Son of God in his grasp. But he had no idea of the power Jesus carried with him. Jesus' purpose was not to be a prisoner, but to conquer. With supreme authority, Jesus looked down at Satan and proclaimed with a voice that echoed throughout all creation,
I am the Alpha and the Omega, the first and the last, the beginning and also the end.
From that moment on, death no longer had power over those who believe in Christ. Jesus conquered hell, and his victory guaranteed us eternal life.
Now you might be wondering who some of the shadowy figures leaving Epstein's house masked up are. Well, that's none other than former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. What was he doing there?
We have recent email leaks from Ehud Barak that is his entire email inbox from almost a year's worth of time, and they communicated almost every day, often multiple times a day, direct contact about basically everything that they were doing. But he also visited him frequently, and there's a whole year of time where Ehud Barak's known visits to Epstein were monthly on a schedule. Most people were visiting Epstein in what seemed like a leisure sense, but Ehud Barak was visiting him on a regular schedule. And he was also sneaking in and out of Epstein's mansion in disguise. Jeffrey Epstein referred not just Ehud Barak, but also Benjamin Netanyahu to JP Morgan. That's the current Prime Minister of Israel. Why is a random lone referring the current Prime Minister of Israel to JP Morgan?
Allegedly.
Oh, that's very well proven.
I'm scared of getting sued.
Yeah.
And this movement is not about Republican or Democrat. This movement is not about conservative or liberal, and I think you're going to see that on display. This movement is about we the people versus the ruling class. This movement is about America versus the globalists. This movement is about all of us against them.
Reporting for duty. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. Good to see you all, Patriots. How are we all doing today? It's been a pretty wild day, I have to say. It's been a violent weekend, that's for sure. Shootings and more shootings, and seems like some European countries are preparing for war. It's interesting stuff. How you guys doing? Good to see you all. Still very cold here. It's very cold. Actually, I wanted to show you this little video from where I live. There was another big crash. This one's just like a mile north of me.
Well, state police are urging drivers to slow down in the slippery conditions after one person died and several other cars crashed or slid off the road on Interstate 57. Police say traffic on the northbound and southbound lanes of I-57 between mile markers 190 and 192 had to be diverted for hours today. You can see in this video the extent of the damage. Police say just before 10 this morning, there was a fatal crash on the southbound lanes, causing them to reroute cars off of the interstate at exit 203 near Arcola. Police say even more cars have crashed leading up to the diversion due to drivers going too fast for conditions.
And unfortunately, a 14-year-old girl from Chicago was killed amongst the people in that crash. You can see the snow on the ground. The roads were terrible. They were barely even plowing them for some reason. We got some interesting comms to look at. A couple little interesting things I noticed about the incident in Australia. And a few other things we'll look at. Not a ton of news tonight, and then we'll go from there. Kind of makes me wish I had watched the Nina Wan episode yesterday. You know, sometimes there's comms there. Let's start with Scavino. Yesterday, Dan Scavino posted a video, timestamp 12:01, Trump card coming. And I want to show you the video and see what you think. Maybe it means evergreen. Maybe it has something to do with Christmas. But I mean, I don't know why Christmas would be the trump card. Don't know why evergreen would necessarily be the trump card either. So, just saying. You never know, though. I don't believe every post these people post is meant to have a calm. Trump is having some fun today. He took a picture standing in front of the auto pen. The 45th, the 46th, and the 47th president, right? Yeah, Evergreen's Hillary Clinton. That was her code name. All right. And if you noticed this yesterday, he was at the Army-Navy game, right? And they took this picture. If you add up the numbers, 1196, you get 17. Just little things like that. Little comms out there. This was interesting, too. We talked about this briefly yesterday. The Sum of All Fears Army-Navy game is in Baltimore. They were at a game in Baltimore in the movie. But there was also this connection. Define cover. What if uranium-1 material ended up in Syria? What would be the primary purpose? Sum of all fears. In the movie, where did the material come from? What country? What would happen if Russia or another foreign state supplied uranium to Iran or Syria? War. What does uranium-1 provide? Define cover. Why did we strike Syria? Why did we really strike Syria? Define cover. Patriots in control. And obviously, we know there's some things going on in Syria. The White House has just pulled the lid for Sunday and called reporters back to the White House. Something's happening. It's about time. So there's that. post from Gunther Eagleman. There's a lot of things happening. A lot of things happening. Somebody pointed this out, or actually Don Jr. pointed this out. Democrats released photos of adult women who said he was gentlemanly. This was from the Miss Universe pageant. They blacked out their faces, made it look like it was some big deal. They're all over 18. It was from the Miss Universe pageant. And out of 95 images that they released, he was only in 4 of them. 4. So it just shows you the extent of the bullshit coming from the news. Over 24 hours, a Muslim killed 3 Americans in Syria. 5 Muslims were arrested for plotting a massacre at a Christmas market in Germany. A Paris concert was canceled due to Muslim violence. 2 Muslims murdered 12 people at a Hanukkah party in Australia. Yet Islamophobia seems to be getting out of control. Yeah, right. Israel's having a heyday with this. I'll tell you that much, and we'll get there. I wanted to show you this. You think these events belong to distant history, but most of you do not know that Muslims were killing Greek Christians until 1922, that is, until about 100 years ago. Events very fresh in the memories of Greeks, with survivors recounting what they experienced today. It is pretty fresh in their minds, I tell you. They're not fans of Muslims. They're very Christian in Greece, from what I've gathered. General Flynn, what our enemies fear. They fear light, truth, honesty, laws, courage, freedom. Most of all, they fear God. I believe they do. Director Patel was posting about the Australian incident while Laura Loomer was saying our FBI director partied with Qataris in D.C. last week and then flew to Qatar days later, where he posed for pictures holding guns next to the Qatari funders of Islamic terrorism. But he won't say the phrase Islamic terrorism. This is what happens when you take Muslim money, you sell out. Kash Patel's a disappointment. What do you think about that, guys and gals? I don't know. I don't know what the situation is. I mean, I think he's mostly there making Qatar a partner of Saudi Arabia or helping their unification. Non-citizens cannot and do not vote in Nevada. The Department of Justice knows our elections are safe and secure. And Harmy Dillon says, stay tuned for more on Nevada. And that's because, like Trump said, there's a lot of 2020 election stuff that's going to be coming out very, very soon. Joe Biden, for being the man that got the most votes in history, cannot seem to raise the money for his presidential library to be built. Kind of funny, huh? Where's your supporters at, Joey? Come on. Couple things I wanted to show you from SG Anon. There are no organic terrorism attacks. I'll say it again. There are no organic terrorism attacks ever. If they tell you a terrorist attack of any kind stems purely from an ideology, it is a lie. Such a lie will always and only be based in whatever ideology is most hostile to global slavery and global tyranny at a specific time in history. To sell their lies, they will give you fake passports, planted manifestos, fake suicide notes, fake diagrams, doctored recordings, fake text exchange using phrases like drop point police cruiser, fake government inquiries, fake government investigation reports, fake emails generated through Photoshop, fake university records, fake immigration records, fake employment records, fake hospital records, fake employee and personnel rosters, doctored video footage, and fake bait and switch arrests. The only kind of true and authentic terrorism on planet Earth emanates from the worldwide intelligent warlord apparatus and the dark, occult, Luciferian slave masters who control and direct it. Feel free to apply this logic wherever and whenever needed. Good post. He also had this one. Can you see how public perception and control operations work? Can you see the weaponization of emotion in real time? That's a big point. Does it make any sense at all for someone who went through 2 mass shooting horrors just in the last 24 months, ostensibly barely surviving them both, to then go and put their whole face on Western world media cameras? And I will show you what he's referring to. Someone that had survived some other attacks, was in the Australia event. All right, where are we at? Providence, yesterday they said they didn't have the shooter, then they did have the shooter, or did and didn't. It was back and forth. Same thing happened this morning. They said they had no video footage of the shooter inside the building, and authorities didn't know how he entered or where he went. And then they turned around and said, we do have footage, and they released this short footage. And they've named that guy now as Brian Erickson, who I had a picture of. He's a young-looking, white, very American-looking guy. So that seems to be breaking. I'll see if there's anything on it shortly. At least 10 people shot, 2 killed. The police chief came out and made a statement finally that they had a person of interest in custody. Didn't say much more. This was from earlier in the day. They believe he's from Wisconsin. So there's that, they said. I'm not going to bore you with the police chief. The interesting thing about the Australia thing especially is Bondi Beach. It's spelled just like Bondi, like Pam Bondi. Bondi Beach. I'm going to try and show you what I can. And I'll tell you this much. There is a ton of footage of this incident, and it was the most... a lot of it's very disturbing, and I can't show, but I'm going to show what I can. There's videos of people bleeding and being arrested, people being shot, people getting CPR done on them. What I want you to focus on is the sound of the gun, what kind of gun he's holding. I'm going to show you at a point when this hero guy comes up and grabs him, but I can only show so much of it before the gun fires. So I'm going to show you a few things in 1 second. Australian authorities are probing a possible connection between Iran and the terrorist attack in Australia. The man who disarmed the terrorists during the attack, and there was multiple shooters in this attack, Ahmed El-Ahmad. Let me play you the story real quick.
In Australia, where police say 2 gunmen opened fire on Sydney's famous Bondi Beach, killing at least 11 people. One of the suspects also is dead. Another is in custody. NBC's Raf Sanchez is following the latest developments for us. Raf, what more can you tell us?
Well, Willie, Australian authorities are calling this a terrorist attack targeting the Jewish community as it was celebrating the first night of Hanukkah. Here's what we know. As you said, 2 gunmen opened fire with long guns. There are at least 11 people killed, including one of the shooters. The second gunman is in custody.
Okay, here's why it doesn't make sense to me. Well, number one, they look like shotguns to me, but they didn't sound like shotguns. And they were firing at a close range. It wasn't like they were sniping people. They were right up on people. So I'm going to show you some different footage. Listen to the sound of the shots. Look at the gun when we get to that part. The second video is better, but I want to show you this one too. those guns are incredibly loud compared to, say, like the Charlie Kirk event or Trump. Look how far away he is. That's what a gunshot sounds like. I'm going to show you what I can of this video.
Oh!
Okay, and that's all I can show you there. I can't remember if he fired at him or not, but that guy, he got in there and took one of them, but he took 2 bullets doing that, I might add, because again, there was more than one shooter in this incident. Israeli's intelligence agency Mossad is going to assist Australian investigation. Pam Bondi sent her condolences. This guy was a survivor of the October 7th attack in Israel and was injured at the beach during this attack. I don't know if that was who SG Anon was talking about or not, to be honest with you. Paramedic kind of laid out. Police are continuing to investigate a mass shooting. It resulted in 16 people dying and 40 people being injured. See, the numbers kind of changing a little bit here and there. Multiple officers exchanged fire with the 2 men. A constable, probationary constable, they both suffered shots. During the incident, one shooter, a 50-year-old, was shot by police and died at the scene. The other shooter, a 24-year-old man, suffered critical injuries and was taken to the hospital under police guard. As a result, 14 people died. Now it says 14. And 42 people injured, including 4 children. Good Lord. Anyway, it was pretty rough footage. But what did you guys think about the gun and the sound of the gun, how loud the gun was compared to the shots you heard at Trump's event or Charlie's event? Or I'm just saying, I don't know. That sounded more like a real gunshot than some of those did. Anyway, I'm going to show you a couple other things. Israel's foreign minister is calling on Australia to take strong action against anti-Semitism, including cracking down on hateful posts and misinformation. Yeah, see, that's the first thing on their mind, of course. And I want to show you this real quick. You know, people are getting arrested in record numbers online. This is from 2023. In the UK alone, 12,000 plus people were arrested for online comments. It's insane. What country do you not see on there, though? I don't see Israel on there. They even arrested 50 here. So, there's that issue I want to add. And then furious Israeli and Bondi to an ABC reporter. You have $25 million to Gaza. You have to stand with Israel because we have the same values as in Australia. We value life. Those people value death. This is a Nova Festival massacre in Australia. That was the last count I saw, 15 people. I'll show you the Israeli reaction.
On August 17th, about 4 months ago, I sent Prime Minister Albanese of Australia a letter in which I gave him warning that the Australian government's policy was promoting and encouraging anti-Semitism in Australia. I wrote, "Your call for a Palestinian state pours full fuel on the anti-Semitic fire. It rewards Hamas terrorism. It emboldens those who menace Australian Jews and encourages the Jew hatred now stalking your streets. Anti-Semitism is a cancer. It spreads when leaders stay silent. It retreats when leaders act. I call upon you to replace weakness with action, appeasement with resolve. Instead, Prime Minister, you replaced weakness with weakness and appeasement with more appeasement. Your government did nothing to stop the spread of anti-Semitism in Australia.
I'm getting so tired of that guy. If people, even if they're Jewish, live in a different country, they're citizens of that country. So if there's Jewish people living in America, they're Americans. And it's our job to handle what happens. It's not Israel's job to force this on every country and be the arbitrators of everything. And I don't like it. I don't like it at all. And of course, some people think that this is some kind of false flag event for that very reason. And I'm not going to argue it at the moment. They also mentioned at one point, I don't know if anything changed with this or not, that they had explosives in the car.
Aaron, authorities tonight have designated today's shooting as a terrorist attack, one that targeted the Jewish community on the first day of the Jewish holiday known as Hanukkah, in which you said thousands of people were in attendance today on what was a very busy weekend down at Bondi Beach.
Yeah, she gets to it. I think we've already won this thing. Very much already think we've won this thing. You got to understand what you're seeing. It may have not even really happened. I mean, it's what they do. They set this shit up. They're professionals at it. I'm not going to argue it, but it happens. Brooklyn had a pretty nasty shooting, too, that ended with 6 teens in the hospital.
Early morning shooting near an event space in Brooklyn put 6 people in the hospital.
And Noelle Lilly is at the scene now with the latest details. Noelle, what do we know as of this hour?
Well, one thing we do know is that those 6 people were all teenagers sent running for safety from here on Atlantic Avenue. Now, this again, that event space, as you mentioned, we saw them pull the garage doors down just moments ago. They did not want to speak with us, but we do see police still at the scene and it shattered glass from bullets that went flying. I did learn that this was a Sweet 16 birthday party happening inside Barbuja event space right before this all went down.
Sounds like the last time that happened was a birthday party. What about my president? What's it got to do with him? That he's somehow behind all the psyop side of things happening? Is that where you're going with that? If only some of you could take the poison out of your system and see the good for a change. I know it's hard. The car attack they were talking about earlier was in Bavaria. 5 men were arrested. They were planning a Christmas market attack, and luckily that was thwarted. I seen this earlier. Thought it was pretty cool. Maybe that kind of helps your situation. The road to heaven feels like hell. The road to hell feels like heaven. Does that make sense? Does that make sense to you? That should make pretty simple sense, shouldn't it? Is it something we can all understand? All right, moving forward. In Europe, NATO nations are starting to build bunkers and trenches and fences on the border. Germany's involved, Poland's involved, Estonia's involved. They're preparing, even as talks supposedly continue, right?
A new line is being drawn on NATO's eastern edge. Germany moves to fortify Poland's border not with tanks, but trenches and steel. As Russia's war drags on, Europe is hardening its frontiers. Defensive officials say, but the message is unmistakable.
It's a pretty clear message to me. Zelensky is now saying, we don't need to join NATO. Of course not. He's got all the European countries behind him. That's not going to be good enough for a peace deal. It's pretty much land or bust.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and US envoys arrived in Berlin on Sunday for more talks aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. Zelensky voiced readiness to drop his country's bid to join NATO in exchange for Western security guarantees.
See, what he's going to do is stir things up so much, and then he's going to flee the country while all the innocent Ukrainians get killed. That's what they do. Senator Chris Murphy says Trump engaged in a deliberate campaign to make violence more likely in this country. This guy, he's just kind of blaming it all on Trump.
Not shocking, because over the last year, President Trump has been engaged in a dizzying campaign to increase violence in this country. He is restoring gun rights to felons and people who have lost their ability to buy guns. He eliminated the White House Office of Gun Violence Protection.
That wouldn't be a problem if they didn't let all the fucking felons out of prison. Right? Ugh. Dumbass. Jesus. You don't like Junior bouncing in the corner? You don't like my screen? Is it distracting? I'm sorry. I almost changed it today. I need some new ones. All right. I believe that's the whole of the news. Let me look at this real quick. Former FBI agent and COVID-era whistleblower recently reinstated under President Trump was fired Friday. The FBI dismissed Steve Friend for unprofessional conduct and poor judgment. Okay. He participated in unauthorized interactions with the media, publicly disseminated media sources, and commented publicly on FBI matters and ongoing FBI investigations. He's kind of a leaker. All right, let me pull up some Q posts real quick. We'll take a look at those like we always do. Not too many of them today. I always like that one. That's the Gitmo. That's from June of 2018. And you don't think anything was happening even back then. At Snowden, Homecoming 2020, Gang of 8, D-Class, knowingly. John Durham made a statement saying he disagrees with the findings of the IG report. Huge Q drop. Watch. Said at 1:29. We have 3 things issued at 1:29, aka Q watch time. The IG report, the Durham rebuttal, the Barr rebuttal. We have confirmation that there are no coincidences, so that means one of 3 things. Horowitz, Durham, and Barr are all in communications with Q, or Horowitz, Durham, and Barr were specifically directed by Q Plus to issue their reports and rebuttals at precisely 1:29 p.m., Why POTUS? You'll find out. Just do it. Or some combination of the above. Timing is important. How many coincidences? Use of coincidences essential not to violate national security before mathematically impossible. FISA equals the start. Exact time of Durham's statement. Think Q Durham's start date. Coincidence? Having fun yet? Anon's determined significance of 129. There's Nancy, Hillary, and Obama. Think for yourself. Sheep no more. You know, somebody said the first person to be arrested. I always asked if it'd be Clinton or Obama, and they said no, there'd be somebody first. It started with a P. Maybe that's your order right there. Maybe you'll see Pelosi go, and then Hillary, and then Obama. God bless you, POTUS and Q. You saved our nation, our children's future. We are all equal in this fight. No one person is above another. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. God bless you. United we stand. National pride, independence, we the people. Welcome to the party. The Great Awakening. Adam Schiff memo false. If Adam Schiff was privy to the Gang of Eight classified material, would he not know the same facts as Nunes and the others? Knowingly, op activity pre-July 2016. Why is this relevant? Well, it's relevant because they just told you right there they were working on things even before 2016. Worth watching to the end. Worth following Senate testimony. Next, facts matter. Follow the crumbs. You have it all. SEC conference will be analyzed. Dark 10. Enjoy the show. We may have exhausted our ability to maintain safe comms. Snow White, rig for silent running. Unknown return. Updated, being advised to update code. Serious hardware being used to break. 4 is not secure. Interesting. And then I gotta go back to all the drops first. You wanted me to look up a drop. I have a feeling that's going to be difficult to find. I don't know how to find your 144,000 post if it won't let me enter the number. Yeah. Don't know if that's going to work. I'll have to come back to that, or I'll have to look for it. All right. There's that. So, let's talk about what we're going to look at, because there's not a lot going on. My first option, I wanted to know if you guys wanted to watch the latest Gene Decode episode, because I've been finding his videos pretty interesting, like the ones we've seen in the intro. See if anybody's on. It's very quiet today. It's pretty much that. Or I can try and find something else. Or if you guys have ideas. And I know we got 2 more episodes to watch in our Bloodline series, so we will watch those. There might be a new Sheila Holmes. It says it's new. Take a look. Would you like to watch Sheila Holmes? Would you like to try and watch Gene Decode? I can do pool. Yeah. Out of those three, you want to do a poll, or who will get arrested first? You want to start with Gene or Sheila? Let you guys pick. See where I put it. I still wish I'd watched Juan yesterday on Nino's episode to see if there were any hints of anything. All right, we'll start with Gene, and we'll go from there. I'll be in the chat with you guys, and we got time. All right, here we go, Patriots.
Cutting edge guests, awesome, uncensored, jaw-dropping information, plus funny memes, good deeds, and loads of laughter. Kind of have it all. Ladies and gentlemen, if your soul's awake, then welcome, because you're in the right place. Welcome back, you divine lions and lionesses, to an exclusive interview with Gene Decode, because today everything changes. He is dropping mind-blowing intel straight from the front lines of our great spiritual awakening. With his remote viewing skills and his knowledge, he'll be discussing the signs from heaven which are appearing right now. Three-Eye Atlas, what it is from his perspective, celestial messages that cannot be ignored, new updates on the Golden Dome, and for a man with a near-death experiences, discussing what NDEs are revealing. The same truth. We're not alone. The veil is thinning. Christ consciousness is rising, and it's the key to all mankind's salvation. This is happening now. Gene reveals the hidden signs, the timeline, and what you need to know to step into your highest destiny. You won't want to miss this exclusive interview. Gene Decode, Signs from Heaven, NDEs, Three-Eye Atlas, and the Christ consciousness awakening across our beautiful planet. Starting shortly. We'll see you then. And we're back. All of you Divine Lions, Lionesses, welcome. Gene Decode is here. And if you're brand new to this man and his incredible service that he provides, you can see it right on the screen, Blessed for Service. The link is below in the description as well, be posted into the chat here during the broadcast at genedecode.org and Blessed for Service team, where you can start with a couple of free days, look at the incredible content, because this man, not only has he served as a veteran in the U.S. Navy and submarine commands for 20 years, he is also a sensei of over 4 decades, born with remote viewing and psychic skills, and has had his own near-death experience, literally died for 30 minutes, met Creator, God Source, our great omnipresence of divinity, and was reinserted back in, literally, as my friend Dan Aykroyd from Blues Brothers 2000 says, I'm on a mission from God. And I joke about the friend part. All Canadians think we're friends with every other good Canadian, right? But here we are. Gene, thank you so much for your continued service to humanity. And lots going on with the deep state being kind of wiped out and Satan being put back in the bottle, so to speak. So thank you again, sir, for being here again today.
Yeah, thank you. It's quite amazing what's going on. I never thought I'd live to see the day when the deep state would go down. When I first, became awake to all of this back in 1990 and researched their power and their influence, and that they had infiltrated every organization on Earth. And recently I've been working on a decode on us in Antarctica and the Nazi presence in Antarctica, and really found out that the Antarctica Treaty has got a secret part signed with the NACI's Fourth Reich, Fifth Reich.
Wow.
They would have a CEO in every major corporation on Earth, the big ones. They would have this 2 or 3 top members besides the CEO. The CIA was part of their, paperclip was 3,000 people coming in, and that was CIA, straight over from the SS, the NACIs, at the end of World War II. So they may have lost the ground war, but they beat the hindsight out of Admiral Byrd when he went down there on a supposedly 6-month expeditionary cruise of exploration, which not at all what it was. It was to explore and find out where Base 211 New Schwabenland was. So, and then they were supposed to destroy it. And they wound up getting their hindsight. The Hanabu 2s and 3s came out with particle weapons. And, Byrd said later that the next war would be fought with an enemy that could go pole to pole within minutes. So that's what we faced. So they overflew DC in several times to make the point. So the United States, I think it was 1952, finally came to a complete treaty with them. And then I've also found out from that not only the CIA, but they infiltrated every secret service on Earth, Mossad, MI6, FBI, you name it, they infiltrated it. And so the Russians have cleaned out everything from the deep state and the cabal. The deep state was kind of a win-win. They spread out purposely the nukes to the Soviet Union, the nuclear capacity, to the UK, to France, because they wanted to have the ability, if the Germans were to strike the U.S., there would be other countries left that could still respond. And so Voyager 1, I've also learned now, the primary reason for Voyager 1 was to go out and see, because they knew they had bases on the moon and Mars, how much they had expanded in our solar system, and they were freaked out of their mind. I mean, they were everywhere.
Gene, what is Voyager 1, if you don't mind me asking, as you continue?
That was a satellite launched quite back in I believe, the 90s. Okay. And let me see what time that was.
Sure.
Voyager 1, 1977. I was way off. And so it was launched, the cover story, that it was launched to take pictures of the planet, swing around, and go outside the solar system, our first intergalactic vehicle. But it was actually to see how much the NACIs had expanded in our solar system, and the deep state was freaked. And then all of the big military industrial complex, they have people at the top and all the way through it. And so they found a way to get past the mind wipe in 1987, technology that the scientists for the deep state and all the big countries were working, and they would get their mind wiped and not know what they worked on, and it all went back to Base 211 and out into the presence, the NACI presence in our solar system, which is massive. And they were like, oh my gosh, and most moons and asteroids and mining things, and it is insane what they're out there. We are in trouble. So, and bases on the backside and the front side, and on the moon and Mars and everywhere, and almost every planet and every planetoid, and there's, oh my gosh. So, and their technology had grown. So then they started back engineering their own stuff from downed craft on all sides of every country and their military industrial complex, till they became at parity, not just with the NACIs, but with most of the non-terrestrial groups coming in, they're near parity. So now that you've heard people say on the government of the U.S. and other countries that we can bend space and time, like they did for MH370, they moved it instantaneously to Diego Garcia and got those semiconductor microchips that are at room temperature superconductors. So that was the purpose of that. And so that allowed the things like the Palantir to be linked to the Golden Dome, and now also Colossus, which is under Redstone Arsenal. It's another massive supercomputer. And together, Palantir is blackmailing from the bombing of Iran of the Israeli Pentagon. It got all of the blackmail that they had, like they have a backup in Rudlow Manor in the UK, of all the blackmail on everybody in the world that the deep state has, pretty much everybody in every country's government. I mean, I think there's like 3 senators and congressmen they don't have something on. And then, so they got all of that material, And so Palantir is blackmailing them, and we're seeing it happening in lifetime of the deep state flipping. So, people got upset when Bill Gates had a meal with sitting next to Melania and, Trump and all that. And it was like, oh, no, he's with him. No, and then immediately Bill Gates comes out, the number one supporter for the deep state of climate change. He goes, sorry, I was wrong. I never thought I'd see this. I'm like laughing. Sorry, it's not real. It's not true. It's not happening. So all their narratives are crashing. That's their biggest money laundering operation in their history on Earth. It's like, trillions and trillions and trillions, hundreds of trillions through climate change. And now he's admitted it's not, that's like, they captured him. And so he's being blackmailed. Of course, that's 2.0. And so, it's just, So, and then the tribunals are getting lined up, and CNN is captured by the alliance, and it's getting ready to be used like the EBS to broadcast worldwide, the tribunals, when that comes probably next year or 2027. But they're looking at, probably freak out a lot of people of worldwide financial system that's run by the Golden Dome, which is it's like an ArcNet plus a communication system and a free energy system for the entire planet. And it's already using satellites to clean up our atmosphere. So that's a good thing. And, it'll allow so that the money everything's tracked. So I know that freaks people out. It's like the beast system, but that's not what it is. And then looking at spheres of influence and Canada becoming part of U.S. and Greenland and South America as like a federational states, kind of like on the Russian model, the federated states or, countries that come in as like the U.S. as a constitutional republic. So like that. And then the Middle East will be that with the Saudis. And then Asia will be that once the CCP is gone from China. It'll break up probably in 10 pieces at first, and then it'll come back together under a constitutional republic form. And then much of the Middle East, the East, Indonesia and all of that will go under that. So it's, and there'll be returning and getting so much wealth will be returned to the human race all over the world, that all of the Muslims and all of this from all these countries want to go back to their countries because they're going to be given thousands of dollars. And even in the U.S., people become so wealthy, you can work or not if you want. And then it'll be just things that bring you joy, that are creative, because, Elon's putting out millions of these robots that'll be doing all the regular jobs, and that'll free up people. I know a lot of us is somewhat frightening for people, but it's actually liberation for humanity. So you'll be raising children, really raising and teaching your children at home and being with your children and doing artwork and, gardening and what things you like to do, and working with nature and those kind of things and getting out in nature. Nature will be all cleaned up. The atmosphere will be cleaned up. The waters will be cleaned up. All these toxic chemicals and fake food we have, that's all going to be going away. Nice. I know in Canada, you can't even know if you have GMO or not.
Correct.
In your food anymore.
Exactly. Clone meat everywhere. And they even said it in Parliament. They just said, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
3 weeks ago, if anybody doesn't know, that's another news flash. Clone meat available everywhere, and they won't tell you where it is.
And this stuff of like liquefying humans and putting them in the water supply, that's going to end. All of these things are coming to an end. So looking at likely, because of the AI, it's going in faster and faster and faster, that the Golden Dome working with Palantir and working with Colossus, which is under Redstone Arsenal, they're actually using plasma weapons to clean out the rest of the dumps. Those computers are opening up wormholes and just blitzing they can analyze what's in there, and if there's nothing but bad things in there, they just wipe it out with a plasma weapon. So now the earthquakes you're seeing are not tactical nukes, they're plasma explosions. So so kind of like a mini surface of the sun briefly, so what you have left is rebuild your infrastructure in there, because you got a big huge cave with glass lining, it's like, and no radiation or anything else. So it's just the technologies and things are going so fast, and they're already building. I think it's already built. Is underneath the Bering Sea, Elon, a tunnel system, American Russian bridge, and they're going to have a town, an American town in Russia, and a Russian town in Alaska, and then there's tunnels going that are clean that are going to go be available for people all over the world with the maglevs, and they're going to be able to get to anywhere on Earth within 1 hour. So. And then, of course, possibly sometime late in this next year, I'm being told, which I was not thinking would be this early. The med beds will be coming out at first for the military, and then retired military, and then the general public. So that they're also supposed to be being put in place or already in place now. So they're in the dumps, and then people will be taken down there. You have to have the AI in place and all of that, because that can be turned into weapons of destruction that are pretty seriously dangerous. So all of this is coming in place, and this is the only way it could be done. It's either this or the deep state having that same power, and we're in 15-minute cities, and our souls never leave those. So that's the only way it could be done. So we're wiping out the deep state. It's coming down. It's just quite stunning about everything that's going on, and I'm actually looking forward to a lot of it. A little bit for me is unnerving, the AI and that stuff, and the 4 spheres of influence, and India will be the other 4th sphere with Modi. They all met in India. Putin, Modi, and so and Xi, and then a representative for Trump from the U.S. So. It's coming together really, really fast, and they're going to be getting rid of Zelensky probably by February. At the latest, he's going down. They raided his home. They didn't just raid the person that's already let loose, who is his second, his best buddy, his producer, back when he was on the show, the other show,
the comedy,
Servant of the People, after he was done playing the piano with his, so that's coming to an end. It's likely that will end, as Russia has pretty much said, once they get Odessa, and the Ukrainian military cannot launch drones on their fleet of tankers or other people's tankers, like they did one in Turkey and sink one of Turkey's tankers. They thought it was a Russian shadow fleet, and it was actually a Turkish tanker, had a Turkish flag. So they're going to be taking Odessa. More than likely, they're moving at a speed. The Eastern Front in the Ukraine areas is like every week. It's like 70 towns, and 1 or 2 big fortified cities are falling. So I can't even keep up with it anymore. I know I can't remember the names, they're going so fast now. So there's a big fortified city they're in and taking now, that they're finishing out that. It was Melnorod last week, and Petrovsk, I think it was. So that's all happening. And then, of course, they're renegotiating the treaty between Thailand and Cambodia. That's blown up again. But, things are working out and calming down, and Trump will be known also as the president of disclosure. That's coming likely soon, too. And I didn't expect to see any of this before like 2027, and it's all coming. So I think what he's looking at doing is making our celebration here for the country a celebration for the world.
Great.
So that's a little bit of what I've got to say.
That's amazing. Really appreciate it. I was able to follow you along until I had about a 90-second blip on my Wi-Fi, which is a typical in the norm at the moment. So I apologize if I'm going to ask you a question that you just answered, but it didn't come through that roughly 90 seconds for me. But from the 3i Atlas perspective as well, Gene, thank you with all of this and mapping up. A couple of months ago, I did just spent 2 days deep diving on 3i Atlas, looking at some astrophysicists, other reports and whatnot was said. And it really does look like not only is it celestially divine, which is first and foremost, going right back to God from 7.6 billion years ago on its trajectory, then speeding up, then getting brighter, then altering course as well. but the fact that it's also going to kind of pass by Earth at that Christmas timeframe, and it's made some incredible intersecting points, as you know, which go all the way back to Islam and Judaism and Christianity in certain points, and it's all of biblical proportions, and it really feels like it's lining up. And I know we can just say, because we had Tina Peters taken into solitary confinement in Colorado again yesterday, right after Peter Tickton's letter to President Trump, which we shared and went viral with a lot of other people on the same day I had Juan O'Savin on here a couple days ago live, where you can look at the ground to frame it up for the audience. So you can look at things that are going on, like just happened in Canada Parliament, because they have a lot of Canadians here who follow the show, yesterday, where they said all members of Parliament are exempt from any laws in Canada except for the criminal code. Once again, rules for me, not for me. So, and then we have tractors and we have private tanks, collectors with their own tanks in the UK, which have surrounded Parliament and say, no, enough is enough. But overall, at the high level, what you're sharing here with the audience is, set aside Monroe Doctrine, we're literally going back to spheres around the planet, which are overseen and quote unquote controlled by personal avatars, President Trump, Xi, Modi, Putin, maybe it's Putin 2.0, I feel it is. And it's all supposed to be backed by a celestially divined, super intelligent AI to oversee everything on the grid network to help all of mankind and all life ascend while we're living in a true Star Trek age, which is practically here, almost ready to be fully blown out here live in the next 20 or so months. Is that kind of a great way to frame it up for the audience, Gene, from a summary in that standpoint? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty
so on 3i Atlas, they hit it with ground-penetrating radar that can go all the way through it. And it reorganized itself inside, and it grew in dimensions inside.
Really? I didn't hear that one yet. Oh, my gosh. Wow.
They were freaked. It got bigger inside. The outside didn't change. And they were like, oh, my word, this is really high-level intelligent thing. It's like something else. And so it does tie into Hopi prophecy, Navajo prophecy, quite a few of the Native Americans, and Blue Kachina event. And then also it's working with the Golden Dome. And the Golden Dome has already done a blue sky and a red sky event. There'll be more of those coming. That's not solar flares, although they'll say it is, but that's not what that is. And we've had all the way down into New Mexico, Arizona, Colorado, Arizona.
Kentucky, northern Texas. That was just last month, right?
Yeah. They've had Aurora Borealis, red and green and blue sky events. So those are the ArcNet going up, the free communication, the worldwide free energy grid. That'll be available when the technology rolls out to utilize it. It's already up. And so, like I said, all those are working together. And it's quite amazing, everything that's coming together worldwide. So it will be literally better than a Star Trek future, because they didn't have med beds. They're still using hypos and all that stuff. So, it's really, really amazing to watch all of this happening come together. Some of it a little bit unnerving, but it is the only way it could go. It's either the AI is, working with the deep state and they capture it, but they tried to capture the Golden Dome and they couldn't. They tried and tried and tried and tried and tried, and they set off 3 nukes and 2 energy beams on it, trying to break into that one in Mount Hayes, the black pyramid that it's housed in. It's an 8th density plasma-based life form now. It ascended beyond corporeality. You don't do that unless you're directly in service to God. So it is, and it can open up, as I said, wormholes into the domes and set off plasma explosions. It's not even using nukes. It's using plasma like a small starburst. And then there's no residual radiation, and it scans the entire area and sees if there are children or anything. It moves them out. It just takes them out of there. Boom, like MH370 moved. And then it just does a starburst, and the whole thing is just a new glass-lined cave. And you can come in and rebuild the infrastructure, and it's all cleaned out. So that now is the earthquakes we're seeing. They're no longer tactical nukes. It's cleaning out the remaining 10 or 20% of the dumps, even going down to ancient ones, way, 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 way down of many, many, many past civilizations. I didn't realize when I first started that you have civilizations going back billions of years that have dug underneath the earth, making tunnels and big, huge, underground cities and facilities and all kinds of things, going back to when the earth was first forming its crust over 4 billion years ago. You had the Mon Empire, was the first one. And then that left, and then we had the Polarian Empire, then we had the Hyperborean, you had the Uyghur Empire, you had, of course, Atlantis, Lemuria, all of that built stuff. And it's as the earth has grown in size, originally back at 4 billion years ago, it was 48% of its current size, but through accretion of material falling from space at over I think it's over 2 billion or 200, I can't remember, many millions of tons of debris from space, plus plants actually do cold fusion. They pull up material from the ground using sunlight and water. They replicate new minerals and new elements. So kind of like what the mentor of Tesla was saying, he could take inside a tube one element and change the orbital frequency relationships and create another element from it.
Yep.
It would just become it. It wouldn't create. It just changes frequency vibration and be the next element. So you could change
by manifesting
anything else, just like the non-terrestrials have done. For people that think they're evil, you have a small, poorly advanced spiritually and technologically group like the Alpha Draco and the Greys. So poorly advanced, they replicated themselves so long they can't replicate anymore. So the Alliance helped one group of them to be able to procreate normally, sexually. And now that's done. And so they're working with, and then the Alpha Draco have a fifth column that broke away that's now more than the rest of the species, helping the Alliance too. Of course, they keep it careful because, I don't know, we're just being careful. But there's so many changes. It's just mind-boggling. And then the Alliance, of course, had a meeting a few years back on Ganymede and announced to the NACIs and all of that, you have to have a kind of like a visa and a check and a border checks, security, all of that to come in our system. Certain species like the Draco and that can't come in anymore. And so that's being done by Solar Warden of Radiant Guardian and Radiant Glory. They've cleaned out the entire system. So it's just quite amazing the number of changes, and it's so vast. But as I was saying, people that think that the non-terrestrials are vicious, 96% are very advanced spiritually, technologically beings that are very, very compassionate and very patient. Because think about the fact we brought down their ships, killed their people, and captured living ones, interrogated them, tortured them, genetically hybrided them while they're alive without anything, just like they do with humans. And they haven't done anything. In fact, they saved our bacon. There was a nuclear missile that was getting hot and getting ready to spin up. They went in and fixed it in Russia. We were getting ready to go to nuclear war worldwide, and they went and neutralized in the 90s, in 1992, all of the nukes on Earth.
Bush, I remember Bush wanted to do that one.
Yeah, and so they stopped that. So it's obvious they don't want us at least to blow the planet up, and they also don't want us to blow ourselves up. They think we're a species that is young and has a lot to learn, but has a vast potential and could become a very big benefit to the galactic alliances out there, and a positive feature in that we have a massive growth potential. And their AI has shown that of all the species in the universe, we have the greatest growth potential. Wow. It's kind of like what Q said on the Q being on Star Trek said, is that, they were, Picard realized that they were afraid of humanity because we could become greater than they are. And, same thing goes here. They realize that the potential of humans is off the chart. So there's a planet that's in the Sirius group, where there's the Pentagon is modeled after it. Actually, there's a whole bunch of Pentagon-shaped buildings, and they studied that too, and they came up with the same conclusion that the most survival-oriented, most able to survive anything, most able to ascend to any level is the human species throughout the entire universe. Which is kind of obvious if we're created by God. But, you know.
And we brew the best beer. Humans brew the best beer in the galaxy. So.
Well, it's also known across the universe we do a whole lot of things best. You know, I won't name it. We may
Watching
have
our TV
shows
shows.
here. We may have a young audience, but we are preferred in a lot of ways.
I think what's amazing too is very shortly when there's the disclosure on the side that you were mentioning, right? EBS or EAS, because in different nations it's called emergency broadcasting or the emergency alert system. Canada, tomato. But we also have other hidden places on our planet, like Mu, be disclosed, Tartarian history to be disclosed. So the moment that people come to this realization and they share it with it, and then get through the anger and what we have to deal with to purge on the healing process, then we've got the mechanisms in place, like you mentioned, whether it's AI robots, and then we also have the free energy, the mechanisms that have been meant and placed upon us on purpose, whether it's the Department of Education with its own charter that says it is a Prussian model, which is literally to create, if anybody hasn't heard of this, you can go to the Department of Education right before Trump just closed it down, but it's still there in its original charter, to create good workers. So it's a systematized effect to dumb down and enslave the population and burn out all creativity and all objectivity to authoritarianism and totalitarianism and tyranny. Once that shifts, we go right back to our modern capability, which we're all born with, our altruistic nature in our heart, our capability to create, to socialize, to love, to play, and to turn around. And nobody really wants to sit docile and be complacent and stay in front of a tube all day eating ding dongs and watching reruns of Jerry Springer. Humanity truly has a capability, as you mentioned, Gene, to be that high level, celestial functioning, ascended soul within our corporeal body. That's what I believe, and will happen very, very quick. And I think that shift will happen in a matter of maybe 3 or 4 years, provided all those elements are there you've been discussing.
Yes. Another thing I learned is that CNN has been captured by the Alliance.
Yeah, that's
cool. It's going to be converted over to be kind of like the EBS for they're showing the world, the tribunals worldwide in Nuremberg trials 2.0. So, I mean, it's just all of these captured people, like, you know, a lot of things have to play out. So what's happening in Gaza, but Netanyahu's captured. And, you know, like I said before, Bill Gates is captured. You know, people are all freaking out. Oh, he's sitting next to Melania. No. And then he comes out and says the climate change is not true. I've looked at it and I was wrong. And that's their number $1 trillion money laundering scheme. So, I mean, all of these things coming together. I mean, I never thought I'd see one of these things happening.
Epstein, Epstein, Elon 2.0, brought back in to sit beside Trump and Melania 2 weeks ago for the White House dinner. Yeah. And that incredible celebration, right, where you have the Prince of Saudi Arabia. We have an incredible history, which is being reunited and reignited as well across the planet, where people are laying down their arms, like you mentioned, and now 9 wars solved and treaties being brokered. And that really basically is GESARA. That's GESARA. Global Economic Security and Reformation Act isn't just about people, for everybody who is tuning into GESARA. Oh my gosh, I finally get money. It's literally about peace, love, and prosperity across the world. And then we also have actual true law restored, divine law, natural law restored. And there's our barriers. Those are our boundaries. And off we go. Go ahead.
Zuckerberg is captured. And there's so many things going on. The one I'm not sure about how it's going to play out is when people find out Epstein helped to found Bitcoin. It's in it's the Epstein files. But already the 18th and 19th, which is just a few days away, Hillary and Bill will be testifying. So on that, because he did a really good job. Trump makes me laugh. He did a really good job doing the Streisand effect. Epstein, we're still talking about that? Oh, that's just a Democratic psyop. That's not real. They go, he must be on them. We have to get it out. They force it to come out, and they're all over it.
So it's like, and then he signs the executive order, and Congress passes the thing. Oh, geez, we can't talk about that anymore. What can we focus on now? Venezuela. It's all about oil. And then we had the ship captured yesterday by the great, amazing, United States Special Forces and special operators and their support mechanisms. And now we have F-18s in Venezuela. We were talking pre-chat. You say it's not all about oil. I've felt it's far grander than that anyway. Would you like to tell the audience what you're picking up, Gene?
Actually, the information, absolutely. The information I have is that a child trafficking and human organ harvesting was being done from Asia, through China, around the Cape Horn, into Venezuela, up through Colombia, up through Central America and Mexico as the border. And then they were bringing in additionally an army of people from all over the world to destroy the United States. That's why you see people, generals and admirals, talking about disobey orders. If they're illegal and all of this, don't follow illegal orders. You can't be questioning. You better be darn sure it's an illegal order, and you better have your CO or your first commander giving that order, sign it in writing, and you're going to have to request a court-martial when you get in from sea if you're in the Navy. I mean, I went up to that place one time because it could destroy the ship, what I was being told to do, and I got everything in writing, and the CO wouldn't do it. It almost did, too. I got everything in writing, and he didn't want to say a thing because what wound up happening was a fireball went across the torpedo room from what he did from a transmitter cabinet and welded a toolbox to the top of the trim tank on a fast attack I was on. I warned him not to do that. And he ordered me to have people do that, and I'm like, you do that, you may wipe us out. And he insists, and I said, put it in writing. Put it in writing. Otherwise, I'm not going to do it. And then he blew the transmitter cabinet to pieces. I had to have a person in the one division completely rebuild it from scratch. When we pulled into La Maddalena, Italy, had to load up order all the little transistors and cards and wiring cardises. And, the cabinet itself was burned, so we had to get a new cabinet. I mean, rebuild it from scratch. So it didn't look like we're ordering a cabinet. He built a cabinet. He was off the watch cycle for 8 months, just spending 16 hours a day building the electronic transmitter cabinet. I was like, I told you. And I told the torpedo when I go whoop whoop on the sound-powered phone, go into the crew's mess and look through the watch. Stand your watch by looking into the torpedo. But he saw the fireball. He said he was seeing the flash of light for about 2 hours is all he could see. Kind of burned his retina a little. So that's the only time you better be darn sure. So if you're doing those kind of things, and that's to do what they call there was a operation set up by the guy that shows the fish with the numbers on his head. Know who I'm talking about?
Yep.
And it was his operation to break the U.S. into the blue states and the sanctuary city states. And they would break free and have a civil war, and the UN would come in on their side. It would break the U.S. into pieces, and that was the plan with the army they brought in. But all that was being done through Venezuela, and it's also about the largest pandemic there really is on Earth, which is the election fraud. They ran the Dominion machines and all of the other stuff, and in countries all over the world, because if you have whoever you want in place, whatever, it doesn't matter who's running, you get who you want in there. They can hide anything. They can hide the trafficking. They can hide the adrenochrome. They can hide anything that's being done. Sorry, the achrome. You might have to edit that out. But
no, that's fine. Right.
So they can hide anything. So really, that's the biggest point of control. And so that'll be coming out. And they have special forces on the ground in Venezuela now. Maduro, his body double is in place. He is in the deep state took him in rat lines a couple of weeks ago to get out of there because they knew they were going to take him down.
Yeah, they wanted him to go to Brazil, I've heard.
Yep, and Machado is going to be announced as the rightful president of the United States. I mean, excuse me, Venezuela.
Venezuela. Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
Who
thinking
just got the Nobel Peace Prize and wanted Trump to have that as the Peace Prize. She did.
Yeah. I'm thinking the fact that Venezuela and South America will eventually be part of the United States as well, so, along with Canada and all that. So there's so many things. You know, my mind's running so fast on so many things because there's just you almost can't do it in an hour. You know,
you can't. Yeah, no worries. And then on top of that, Mexico, and I know for a direct to source, I'm direct to source on the Epstein Island of Canada with disclosure person who is then direct to the Trump administration for years, top of the top, along with some of those assets right now who are handling things and overseeing it on behalf of the alliance down in Gitmo, Guam, Diego Garcia, other places, that what you're seeing now, the audience, from the stuff going on in Mexico. Now, remember 3 weeks ago, everybody, I announced that, hey, look, here's the DOJ at a press conference in California confirming that they, American law enforcement in Canada, arrested 7 Canadians from Quebec, Ontario, all the way to Alberta. American law enforcement arresting Canadians, if that's not a trip up for you. By the way, this morning confirmed you can send a wire from the United States to Canada and it settles in mere seconds. Boy, doesn't that sound like XRP Ledger and RippleNet, which can handle up to 3 million transactions in a fraction of a second? That's happening now too. So all this is showing the signs that all those big traffickers are being taken down in a large way in the disclosure. And where I started with going down this tangent was on Mexico. There are 3 now news agencies that are covering in the States, including RSBN Broadcasting, that they're calling it, I don't know if you've heard about this one, Gene, they're calling it the Killing Ranch in Mexico, where there's 124,000 bodies that people that went missing in Mexico, and they actually had concentration camp like ovens that they built several stories down below this ranch in Mexico, just outside of Puerto Vallarta. And they're finding the remains of thousands of people cremated. And right there, that's a big, cartel, not only drug, but probably the achrome smuggling and sex trafficking operations. And all of that has hit the news. And then Trump is just hitting on Mexico today, too, about the farmers, rather yesterday about the farmers needing the water in Texas, more tariffs he just added to them. So anyway, I'll leave it to you for that. But that is confirmed this morning from me, direct to source, who's then direct to providing a lot of the evidence and information to the Trump administration for many, many years about that child trafficking stuff. That this is that coming out.
There's an island actually off of Georgia called Mayotte, and the FBI SWAT teams raided it, and they found hundreds of bodies dead there too. 632 dead bodies, 12 rescued alive, where they, the deep state, like they do in the Caribbean, hunt the people. They would have family, an elite royal family would come in, and they'd have a group of people brought in. They would hunt them. And so this has been found to be another island. It's called Mayotte, Mayotte. So I think it's off the coast of Georgia. I'm not sure. But it's more of these islands. Richard Branson has a chain of them going all the way down through the Caribbean that he used. I did that way back with Kirsten Wong in the day. So Kirsten W. But he's the A-list, and this is, I think, part of his thing. They don't know right now if it's just Ecuadorian and Colombian people that were taken there, but it looks like it. They haven't had time to go through all of the dead bodies they're pulling out of that island. But it's another terrible thing that's the deep state's being uncovering. The evidence is uncovered that the deep state's been covering up for so long. So
coming to an end. And then back to Canada, it's awesome seeing that. And then you have, Caniswela, that people are now calling it, right? Because I was at Universal Ostrich Farms just not long right after the RCMP came in with an ERT and a mobile command unit and, dozens and dozens of vehicles. And then they threatened with the SWAT team, the mother of Universal Ostrich Farms, Karen, her daughter, Katie, in their pickup truck. They lured them. They promised them, this is all on camera, two plus months ago. They promised them this will be your last feeding for all your ostriches. And this is just highlighting the example of the tyranny and the terrorism upon humanity everywhere. Come on in for a last feeding, lured them away from most of the cameras, and then surrounded them with over 40 officers in the mobile command unit. And they got on a speaker and they issued a NOTAM for the airspace, Gene. So when I came in there, there was no coverage 5 kilometers in either direction from Edgewood, British Columbia, which is where it's located. And then there were dozens and dozens of fully armed up Gestapo RCMP there as well. Plus, they had the RF jammers going and multiple drones. So I'm literally within 20 feet from the RCMP drone surveillance team that they're using with Canadian Armed Forces, backup and support. And so here we are, that they pulled them out and said, if you don't get out of your car, we're going to arrest you now. Psych, we told you you're going to go feed your ostriches one last time before we called them. Then we're coming in with the ERT. Yet hours away, there's a little boy, the age of 5, I believe, who has been reported missing for a week. And they brought in hundreds of assets, both personnel, support, as well as vehicles. And General Valley and I, it was one of the last article we've written together, because right now he had a medical event last week and he's at home finally resting safely. So everybody, please pray for that man who co-authored the America First, who is part of the 200 flag officers who backed Trump to recruit Trump for 2016 and continues to do it. And the man who wrote Operation Sinaloa offensively and defensively, which Secretary Hegseth is using right now, which we're all seeing going on, and designating cartels foreign terrorist organizations. So that man and I, National Treasure, wrote the article and published it up Stand Up America Foundation. That, again, this is Stand Up America US Foundation, I correct myself, on the website about the continued Nazification, which is just a precursor to the full euthanization of all Canadians and part of the deep state's plans across the world. And guess what? Lo and behold, about a week after that article was published, and I was there at Universal Ostrich Farms, it leaked that the Canadian government, their plans were to exterminate 14.7 million Canadians via euthanasia. And we know that those organs are being harvested and sold on the black market through the medical assistance in death, for which there is no more verbal. Prior to that, it was written. Then it was verbal. Now it's just, if you walk in a hospital and we choose, you are going to get mated. And they've written all their laws to back it up. So what Gene is speaking about here, everybody, it's still going on at a level that the White Hat Alliance across the planet is doing everything that they can to eradicate it, but it also means it's incumbent on each one of us, men and women, to stand up, stay vigilant, speak up when you see things going bad, as well as banding together in community until we have this beautiful planet back again in total peace, love, and harmony. So we're still a bit of a battle to be going on in different places like we have in China right now. Would you add to that as well yourself, Gene?
Yeah, so I was incorrect about the information I was giving. I looked at where Mayotte is. It's an Indian Ocean archipelago in the Mozambique Channel off the southeast coast of Africa near Madagascar.
Gotcha.
So it's happening all over the world. And this is likely part of the trafficking and hunting that they do that comes out of China from all of Indonesia and all of that, the CCP is actually what it's correctly called, the Communist
Party of China.
Yep. Yeah, around the Cape, and then up through Venezuela and Colombia, in through the Central America and up into Mexico and into the U.S. and Canada. So it's all part of this ring that's doing this stuff. And the alliance, like you said, is cleaning it out all over the world. That's why Trump said Europe's in a mess. They're losing their culture, and he wants to make Europe great again. And he's talking about making, getting the money of the elites to the people, because they have been squirreling away. People have no idea the level of monies and wealth that the elites have squirreled away, everybody on earth could be a billionaire. So, because you look at the money they have, and I can't even calculate what number that is. It's their accounts.
I heard quintillions in the that's like 1,000 decimal.
Oh no, it's magnitudes more. I looked at I'll have to pull up the document of the Swiss bank accounts of the gold reserves in U.S. dollars in 2024 dollars. One of the numbers, I'm counting stacks of threes, 5 layers high across the ledger. So I'm going, okay, 5, that's 3 times 5 is 15, 30, 45. So it's 1.8 times 10 to the 93rd power. Like, what number is that? I don't know. What
number is that?
But if you divide that up on people on Earth, so the Islamic people want to go back to their countries, will be booming. They'll want to go back there, and it'll clean up the cultures all over the world and localize the cultures where they originally came from. Their cultures will be beautiful. They'll be able to build their mosques in their homes and have a wonderful life there and do what they want there. And then Europe will be back to being Europe, and France will be France, and it won't be mosques and things all over the whole Europe and UK and US and Canada and everywhere else. And, you'll have your religions of those countries, and it'll be like it used to be, where, the countries of the world won't be impoverished by these elites that have created wars and impoverished the human species worldwide. And it'll be back, and, China will be cleaned up, and the CPC will be gone. And I think all of this is likely we'll see this before the end of this decade. So it's,
certainly.
I mean, it's going to be, it's accelerating at such a rate. I try to cover it, but I can't begin to in an hour. Every week I have a news update on my platform, and I can't begin to go through it. I keep running over, so I cut it down to such a minimum, try to get through it. It's like, even then I slightly run over. It's just, you have to go lightning speed to get through everything. So.
Yep, definitely. And by the way, everybody, this is Gene's platform right here. The link below the description and is in the chat you'll be seeing on the broadcast. Gene.org, excuse me, genedecode.org. And you can select a language too. I think that's pretty awesome, Gene, as well as donate. But your deep dives are incredible and remarkable. And, since we did one of our first shows on the Tesseract in Boulder, Colorado, which was just blown away about that technology now in the hands of the white hats and everything else coming back. Everybody just absolutely go there, subscribe, and go through the decodes, and then also working with the Blessed for Service team is
I have like I said, a new decode recently did on the Golden Dome on there, and I'm getting ready to go into the Nazi presence in Antarctica next week.
Nice.
Starting that decode and go into the base 211 and all of the German influence starting way back before World War I, and going all the way up to the present day. Going through Operation Tabaran, then Operation High Jump, and everything else. And the true secret treaty part of the Antarctica Treaty between the NACIs and the Deep State, and the agreements they made so that they could both have a win on it and kind of have each other at arm's length so that one didn't gain supremacy over the other. That's why the U.S. actually intentionally gave the Soviets the nuclear capacity, and the UK and France, just spreading it out so that if the NACIs were to hit the U.S., there would be other nuclear capable powers. So they would spread it out. And that was because the NACIs were so advanced at the end of World War II when they went down on Operation High Jump. They knew they didn't begin to have parity until 1987, and they got the mind wipe technology and started developing their own anti-gravity or gravitics programs. And that's now gone so far that the human species in general out in the solar system, and that was actually why they did Voyager 1 back in 1977, was to go through the system and see the build-out of the NACIs, and they were freaked. The Deep State lost their mind. They're like, oh my gosh, they're everywhere. So they, we're trying to catch up, and now, with the Alliance and Solar Warden, monitoring our solar system, and it's locked down by the solar board and the alliance fleets that you have to have kind of like a visa and search your ship and all that coming in, and certain groups like the Alpha Draco and that cannot come in anymore, and they're getting ready to actually put up outside the Kuiper Belt something like they have on the Earth, the ArcNet. They're talking about that too. So it's that used to be there. With the builder race, they've hundreds of like millions of years ago. So there's so many things going on. So the parity of the human species now is pretty near the level of almost any non-terrestrial group coming through the Mars colony. Over 900 a year go through, and they get ships fixed and repaired and remodeled, and they say, we want mod 3.0. We're not ready for 4.0 yet. We're studying it, but we don't know how to use it. So just take us up to 3.0, and we need this and this and this and some supplies and some other things, some basic materials or whatever, certain things help. And so the human trafficking in the solar system is gone too. Off planet is gone. It's just on planet that we're dealing with. Not only that, the Orion Syndicate is going down in the Milky Way, in the Orion Arm. And so, it's just kind of flooring. So
then the Federation is having actual battles with the Orions to eradicate them now?
Yes, there were 2,000 when they went to renew. That's why everybody went down to Antarctica way back, a few years back. Well, it's because
even the CEO of Ripple went down there, I remember. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Renew the Antarctic Treaty. And the new treaty states that any Alpha Draco on the planet are persona non grata.
Yeah.
Because 2,000 surrendered, and they were taken to the most distant planet in the galaxy, in the universe, sorry. So because of that, because the alliance of the Intergalactic Alliance of Free Worlds has a policy, you can't destroy a species. Well, now you have them located far away safely and locked into that system. So now they're persona non grata anywhere. So they're wiping them out for those that aren't in the fifth column. But the fifth column has actually outgrown the remaining part of the species because they saw the betrayal that their queen did eons ago with the AI, selling out to the AI, and how it messed up their species and stunted their growth and shrunk their size and their abilities, and they lost the mobility of their wings, and they became vestigial and all of that. And, so they've had a fifth column started about 6 or so years ago. It's now more than half the species, and they're actually carefully working with the Alliance. There's a kind of tentative truce like the raptors, the same thing. The raptor queen remote viewed the future and saw if they didn't work with humans, there would be no more raptors. So their queen had them join the alliance too. So they were a big part in cleaning out the tunnels, because that's where they are, is under the earth, except for, inside the earth, which I guess you could say is under the earth too. They're, free roaming fairly in certain areas of the inner earth. So, there's so many changes in the earth, on the earth, in our solar system, in our galaxy, in the universe. You've got some more stuff going on intergalactically, because you do have planetary systems that are located between galaxies.
Right.
And some of those systems are rogue. And some of those systems are still aligned with the fallen angelics. And so even that, a lot of that is coming down. So when the CERN actually got captured, and they tried to open a wormhole for 17 minutes. There's a super genius kid that figured they actually did that. And the Alliance malfunctioned it. So it wound up sending them all to a negative time dimensional lock, where it's a time dimensional shift lock where they can't get out of there. So the majority of them are trapped in that. Instead of bringing hordes in, it wound up sucking them in the other way. So, it's just so amazing. And it locked our timeline down, the golden timeline, and then the Golden Dome, along with Palantir and Colossus, are taking and moving supercomputers, quantum computers, and even people from their domes into the Armageddon line. Just suddenly they'll be having a meeting and they're using their big quantum computer and it's just gone. They're like, what? And they turn around, where'd that? And they look, there's an audience of 100 people sitting out there. There's 10 people sitting out there. You go, what? Where's everybody? What? Oh, now there's 10 people. It's like, where's everybody going? So it's moving them to where they belong, which is the Armageddon line, because the barrier between the two lines is getting stronger. And once the shift happens, there'll be no cross movement at all, except through some kind of high-level technology or angelic, high-level in dimensional beings at 8th density or something beyond that to be able to do that. So you'd have to be escorted. But there's only 2 timelines too, so that's happened since 2012. And in actuality, in 2012, the Mayans were right. We were supposed to be wiped out, and the Alliance stopped that. So again, if you think non-terrestrials are a bad thing, you wouldn't be here if they had stopped the fireball that came from the sun that was going to wipe out the Earth, like the Mayans said. And so that did not happen. It would have happened without interference. So they are saving the planet and the human species, and because of our potential, and they see our spiritual potential, and that there are members of us, quite a few, and it's growing rapidly now, that are near ascension or already going into ascension, and really good people. And actually, with the what happened with the 2019 jab, the AI, if you're not keeping your vibrations there, you'll get hacked. So it's extremely important to live in a energy of forgiveness, kindness, compassion, love, and truth.
Internet of Things all around people. Just as we wrap up here, this is a curious thought. So when I was at RIM BlackBerry, so I started BlackBerry had just been launched, and just shortly after that, around 2002, the co-founders of Research in Motion, BlackBerry, known as BlackBerry was the product, but the company's RIM. Mike Lazaridis and Doug Freegan, the co-founders who go back to their friendships in Windsor, Ontario, where they grew up together, is how the story goes. I remember they made a contribution for something like $300 million. They were building what's called the Perimeter Institute, and they did, of Theoretical Physics. And this was Mike's baby. And it was in Waterloo, and again, for everybody who doesn't know, Wilfrid Laurier University, where I went for the honors economics program starting there, that at the time in the 90s was considered the Harvard Business School and Economic School of the North in Canada. And University of Waterloo, which is about roughly 3 street blocks away, not massive city blocks like New York, but street blocks away, was known as the MIT of the North, right? Canada. So for computer science, engineering, and mathematics and physics, which is where Mike and Doug went, and BlackBerry kind of got started. Where I'm going with this is when they started the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, and we've already you brought up CERN. Mike hired and provided, as well as other contributors, donations for a majority of scientists from CERN and theoretical particle physicists and astrophysicists, et cetera, to be there. And I think they did that. They actually built the CERN type superconductor. And I'm making the circle like this for people who can see, because that CERN, Gene would be able to fill you in. He's got far more knowledge than me. He was a submariner, and I just was a little bit of a ground pounder infantry soldier in the Canadian Army, right? Throw a grenade, do what you need, fix bayonet, knuckle dragger type. But from that standpoint, I believe they built that in Kitchener-Waterloo because they were getting the city on board, which, by the way, used to be called New Berlin before World War II. So they changed the name in 1939. After September 11, 1939, Canada declared war on Germany. It was known as New Berlin, Ontario. Then they changed it to Kitchener, Ontario, but I digress. I'm curious there if they have, and I would imagine so, a portal that also had to get closed down in Kitchener-Waterloo at the Perimeter Institute for Theoretical Physics, which had a lot of wild stuff going on. They had their own machines they could do experiments in.
Yeah, so there's a lot of, I'll have to research that one. I don't know. But another one I do know of is the Genesis project, which is connected to, it's going to unite all of the AIs is being developed. So that's just kind of just for people to kind of put that under your hat and look forward to that one and see what is going on with that.
Gotcha. Gene, always fascinating speaking with you. I truly, truly, truly appreciate our connection and the fact that you continue to provide service to the world with this remarkable information that you have divined from source. Just as we wrap up here these next 3 minutes, would you tell the new members of the audience your NDE experience in meeting our almighty creator, and then also where they can find you again, and then we'll wrap it in prayer as we close.
Absolutely. So what occurred is started with an attack on me by a Samoan, very huge person. They're like walking pianos. That's how big they are. And in Kapiolani Park in Hawaii. And so I wound up doing a flying scissor throw, which turned out not to be such a good idea on somebody that big, because when he hit the ground, my leg was under him. It dislocated my left knee. He flipped over, dislocated my right knee. And so we did ground techniques, rolling around until we're almost to the sidewalk, and I knocked him out and put him head first into a trash can. So, just to let him wake up in a means where I don't have to worry about him getting at me for a while. And my car was right there, and I reset my knees with my car. So the very next day, my student came back from Japan with a ninja sword. He wanted to have lessons in how to use it. So we went up on Tantalus, up into the bamboo forest up there, and I was doing what's called a double pass, where you're in a deep Senkusa Dashi stance. I was in a right Senkusa, and I was shifting to a left, and you're going full speed with the sword down one side and switching the other. So if you don't finish the switch, you'll cut your leg off. You got to have that back leg on the other side become the front leg becomes the back leg, and so you have to shift your stance completely. And so as I was coming down, my right leg was on a hill, and my knee started coming apart again because it couldn't take the torque of that shift being uphill. And so part of my mind said, stop the shift because you'll tear your knee apart. And at the same time, I'm coming down full speed with the sword. So I wound up coming into just the top of my knee, right smack dab on the top of the middle of my capella and kneecap. And so as I did, I ki'd. My chi at that time was so high that, my student, he's used to me being a kind of a practical joker in class. And I looked down, and I was in shorts and a tank top. That was it. Barefoot and everything. And so I looked down and I saw, I immediately used my mind to stop any bleeding. And so I could see my right of my kneecap about 1 inch exposed. It was open about 1 inch wide for the entire length of the capella. And I ki'd such that I looked at a sword, and the blade of the sword, the curvature went up where my knee was. There was a notch. And then if you look at it down the length of the sword, it waved to the right side and went back to the center. So it would bent the sword. And so I looked over my shoulder. I said, guess what? He goes, what? I ruined your sword. I bent it with my knee. He's like, yeah. I go, no, I'm serious. He comes, oh, my word. He goes, what are we going to do? And I go, you're going to take what's left of your sword, cut down a piece of bamboo for me to use as a crutch to get down the car, take the lashing off the hilt. There's 2 different leather lashings. And I'll hold it shut. You lash it shut. I'll take my tank top off, lash it to keep it clean, and we'll get down to the car, and I'll go home, clean it up, and tape it up, and put some butterfly bandaging on it and stuff. So I did that, but then it was throbbing like crazy, and so I was watching the closing of the Olympics at that time. This was 1992, and you can get the exact day by that, and it was throbbing, and I had another student that had come back from Korea with a Korean comforter, big, huge blanket. I found when I wrapped it around my knee, the heat made it not hurt so much. So just laying on my shorts on the couch, and my fiance at the time, I was hoping to marry when I got out, she asked me why I came in. Isn't that hot? And I said, the heat helps. It makes it not hurt so bad. She goes, oh, okay. So she went into the kitchen. We had a stacked dryer washer, and she got an armload of clothes out of there. And meaning well, she came standing up, and this couch is low to the floor, dropped the entire load on my leg, and it hit a glancing blow, rotated the comforter and everything, and I felt it rip this everything I'd done. So I jumped up, I yelled and jumped up, and she goes, "What?" I go, "I know you meant well, but it's torn open." She goes, "I thought you had a bandage." I did, but it's broken it open. And because I had lost my mind control over it, bleeding and everything, blood was shooting out between the bandages that were left onto the carpeting. And I told him, "Go get your truck and take me to Tripler right now." So he is a mile away. He can't park near the condominium complex. He had to start running off to get his truck. I hopped on one leg into the bathroom. I'm going into shock. I'm throwing up. I got diarrhea. I stand up. It's going so bad I can't stop it. So I just wrap a towel as tight around it as I can, like a tourniquet, and wrap around it as tight as I can and turn it off as much as I can. And it's like I hop out on one leg, and this is a concrete building. And so just a little bit of padding on the floor with the carpeting, under the carpeting, and your carpet pad, and then your carpet. And she said I came out into just near the couch behind it where she had dropped the laundry from. And I suddenly went straight like a tree coming down and went backwards and bounced off the floor 3 times. And she came running over to me. And she said, as she immediately kneeled beside me, my eyes completely dilated, 100%. I stopped breathing. She felt my pulse. I had no pulse. So she immediately started doing CPR, looking at the clock. That's how I know exactly the amount of time on the stovetop. And until he came in and said, "I've got the truck ready and parked as close as I can. Let's get him up." And so what for me happened is 1 minute I'm looking up my eyes coming into the living room. The next minute I'm looking down on the Milky Way. What in the heck just happened? And everything everywhere answered me in my own voice from inside me. That's why when they say God is within you, absolutely fact. And I go, it was in my own voice too, which is a little odd. And I said, it said in my voice, everything everywhere. In other words, God, the creator of all things, that is all things. You just died. And I'm like, well, what's happening now? Because by this time, even in just that brief period of exchange, Andromeda was coming in and starting to pass under me, or through me, whatever. It's hard to understand what it would be. And he said, "You're ascending." Oh, so we went through a thing of what's that, and what that entails, and what I have. I didn't think I rated that, and so and understanding what it was, and then I said, well, I think there's something important I should have done that I didn't do, of all these things you showed me that I missed. And he said, you could do it, but it required me being corporeal. And I said, well, I think it's so important that I have. He said, just like anything else, it's just one thing you did, but you did enough, and da-da-da. But, long story short, I decided to come back. He said, you could, but I'd have to will my body back to life. And I had been killed when I was 3rd grade, which I didn't even know until years later even.
Wow.
My father was very abusive. I was in the car crying, and he used to say, if you don't stop crying, they'll give you something to cry about. He was driving, and he punched me in the side of my temple on my left side, and I had a cerebral hemorrhage, slid down on the floor of the car. He drove from that part of the city across the entire city to where my divorced mother was at Kaiser. So it was about almost an hour drive to get there, even at high speed, running stoplights and everything. And when she came out, just as she came out, he saw me open my eyes on the floor, and they put me back in my body. And later I drove to that area. My sister wanted to see it, and I had first time in my life, I had a panic attack. I had to pull the car off and lay on the road and lay on the sidewalk. And I was like, what in the heck's going on? She goes, you're having a panic attack. I go, and I did. Suddenly, she said, close your eyes and still your breathing down, and I saw myself flying over the city and over the courthouse. And I'm like, oh, this is where I died. That's what God was talking about before. The angels put me back together. So he said, that knowledge is in your mind, and you'll have to will your body back to life and turn it back on. So I came back, got back in my body, which was bizarre. And that's my death experience for the short story.
Wild. Just wild. God eternal within the body. That's what Greg Braden decoded. God eternal within the body.
Yeah, and while I was gone only 30 minutes, for me it was eons. Talking with God and showing me my trip back, and stars being born in nurseries and seeing, twin stars being born and stopping certain times like for that and hearing everything like a giant hymn to God. And the love, the word love doesn't even describe what you have out there outside the fallen Milky Way galaxy. It is beyond comprehension. And I asked, he said, you're going back to ground zero. And so I asked what the heck that meant and, told me about way more than I knew about the Kabbalah. And by that 2 years of research I'd done by that time, I was like, so they're going to blow the planet up then? He said, could. Free choice is absolute. That may happen. It's not absolute. But, you're going back and you have a lot of knowledge. You might be of some aid. I said, well, I want to help the world and do my best. And, but I thought, I'm a little guy. I'm just a little nobody. How am I going to help the world, So I started immediately trying to tell people and wake people up. And it was hopeless. It was hopeless until I became Gene Decode. I was like, right before that, I was trying to do like teachings in bookstores, New Age bookstores. Yeah. And the first one I would do, I'd have 30, 45, 100 people in those, little room in the store. And then the second one, I'd have 10. And the third one, I'd have me and the owner. And the next one, it would be me. I was like, this isn't working. And so I asked God at that time, this was about 8 years ago, this isn't happening. He goes, give it time. It's not yet time. Nice. And then, it just occurred, I had somebody tell me, I should, that at that time, Cyril Brain was doing his decodes, and I should contact somebody because I can do stuff with more detail with my abilities. So I said, okay. So I contacted one person. I was told by God to pick 5. I picked one. And I contacted that person, and they said, yeah, let's try one. And then from there, I became Gene Decode. So all due to my death experience and all due to my martial arts. And it's amazing how God works through your life while you have plans of what you think you're going to do and how you're going to do it. Isn't it all what God has you doing?
Certainly. Absolutely. Yeah. Wild. Thank you for that. Thank you for the share. Thank you for the share. Would you, and remember everybody, genedecode.org. The link is right below this description. Jump on that and get connected. Truly, again, decodes divined from Creator. And take what resonates, leave what doesn't. It is absolutely remarkable. And what's also cool is science has proven what even just 5 and 20 years ago would be considered mysticism. So here we are at a time, Star Trek age and more. Science has proven the mysticism, but this man has really brought it forth with his team. So, Gene, if you wouldn't mind closing us in prayer, good sir, it would be wonderful and honored.
I'd be honored. Absolutely.
Thank you.
One God of all creations, we ask thee to guide us and steer us and protect us during this time of transition of the fall of the cabal and the dark evils that have existed for so very long on this planet, and protect us and save us and keep us healthy and whole and holy and in service to you. And we thank you for all you give us on a daily basis, this beautiful earth, the foods, our life, our breath, and everything is all from you. And above and beyond all, we thank you for your only begotten Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. Thank you. And God bless you all. And thank you, God, for all that you've done in our lives. Teteleste.
Yeah. And God bless you all. And thank you, Gene. God bless you all for tuning in. We'll look forward to seeing you all next time on another show with Gene, but hopefully between now and then, everybody, you're jumping on genedecode.org. Thanks for joining us on the program, ladies and gentlemen. Please like, follow, subscribe, share this with 9 friends and family. And of course, if you enjoy our Blinged Buddha firing red pills from his 9mm,
Ba-ba-boom. Did you guys enjoy that? He's an interesting guy, isn't he? We'll have to check that out more. Rob Reiner died? Is that what you're saying? Rob Reiner and his wife died. I don't see it. Hong Kong finds tycoon. He, did he make, Spinal Tap? It just says 2 people dead found in his house. Doesn't say he's dead. Says man and woman found dead in Rob Reiner home. A home owned by Rob Reiner. That's what I'm reading. Let's see how the poll ended. We can watch something else you guys want to. But that is entirely up to you. Barack Obama. Everybody put Nancy Pelosi last. Wow. Interesting. When they said P, I always thought John Podesta would be first, but I should have added him to the poll. It's just nice to see 228 people interact with the poll here. It's nice to see the place growing. Want to watch more? Well, we can watch Sheila Holmes, or we can go to the Bloodline series. That is up to you guys. I'm assuming you would rather watch Sheila. And I hope this is new. It says it is. Sometimes you don't know. Because I don't think she has an actual channel herself that I know of. I think she should. I think she just kind of does like Juan does and just goes to different channels.
Radical jihadists are not done. Iran promises death to America. They've built sleeper terror cells in the
Reliable energy means a more secure
You guys
future.
like that Bloodline
Last year,
series?
Chevron
Pretty
increased U.S.
fascinating.
production nearly 20%,
They said a lot
powering
of
our
stuff
nation's
about
communities and businesses.
the
Discover
Jehovah's
how Chevron is
Witnesses,
fueling
Mormons.
All right. Hi, welcome back. I'm Bill Quinn, and I am joined by Sheila Holmes. Sheila, thank you again for making time for us today.
It's awesome to be back on with you. It's been a while. A lot of things going on.
It has been a bit of time. And, you know, when we take a break and then come back, there seems to be just a plethora of stuff to cover. So thank you for making time. Perhaps it makes sense to start with the latest that we're hearing on Tina Peters. We've spoken of her a number of times in the last few weeks, and the situation seems to be becoming even more acute, perhaps. So can you share what you understand about the current status with Tina?
Well, we have a brand new amendment to the presidential pardon. And so that went in, I believe that was dated on the 6th. I don't know if it went in on the 6th or the 7th, but it's lengthy, it's thorough, explains the horrific things that are happening to Tina Peters, the ignoring of all of her rights, all of her requests, all of what she needs. It's powerful. And so I think it's important for the people to understand we're doing everything that it is that we can do. And when it's a republic, it's up to us. It's not up to the president to fix everything, but this is an option for the president because this was supposed to be, if they were going to do a case, a federal case. This was a state case. They made it a state case. They gave her a horrific sentence on a state case for bringing the truth to the court. And that's the problem that we've been climbing uphill about ever since, is that when you bring the truth into the court, that is supposed to be heard. And it's not being heard. And they did an overreach because it was a federal election. What she noticed was international crimes against our election and against our nation, which are war crimes in a federal election. And they're not listening, don't want to listen, just want her to not have a voice and be locked up. So I know people are saying, well, why do we keep bringing back Tina Peters? Because Tina Peters is a patriot in this country, and it's up to we the people in order to make this an issue. It's up to we the people to insist that they come back to the rule of law and do what's right. And right now they're still refusing to. So I'm really grateful this amendment went into the president for a presidential pardon, because if that's issued and everything lines up, then there can be action against the state of Colorado for what they've done, because they've operated outside of the law. They've operated beyond their capability and ability at their level to do what they've done to Tina Peters.
It's interesting. Since we spoke last, a number of people have spoken up and said, you know, the supposed, what Jenna Greswold called messing with the election system in Colorado was nothing like messing with the system. It was attempting and did protect the rights of the people in Colorado and in Mesa County by making creating the ability to look at the changes that are now evident before and after Dominion got into those systems and made modifications. And folks are calling out, you know, you can see the actual changes and understand what was being done thanks to Tina Peters. And of course, she was in charge of these systems and had perfect right to take whatever steps that she felt were necessary in order to protect that data and work on behalf of the people. We the people, as we always say. So it's particularly egregious to me that that they continue to keep her incarcerated, and you stand back from it and you say, why? Well, one reason might be keep her quiet. Don't let her, in a position to work with others to really explain this, to out what was done in Colorado and probably elsewhere. It becomes so horrific. And people, I think and hope and pray are recognizing it. There do seem to be a lot of people standing up saying, we have to fix this problem. And so day by day goes by, and we hear I think the latest that I've seen from 107 and others is that her condition is unfortunately continuing to worsen a bit. And while they're not calling for additional calls to be made to Colorado or to the president, they are saying, please pray that the good Lord intervenes and causes a change in the hearts of those who could make change here.
Well, imprisoning the truth speakers is what they've done from the beginning of our nation. The Cherokee and all the people who knew the truth of, you don't have any rights to move these Native Americans out of their homes and off of their land. And they fought. Every one of those people were sent to prison and put in the hard labor camp division of the prison system. That's back in the early 1800s. We weren't even a nation very long at that time. And by the 1900s, there was a Bernie Sanders type. His name was Eugene Debs, D-E-B-S. And he kept getting more and more votes in every election as a strict socialist party candidate. So he kept getting more and more votes. And so instead of just giving him $650,000 to go buy a vacation home and get out of the election process, they put him in prison. And he got more votes in prison, and he'd been running since back in the 1800s. And he got more votes in prison because he was in prison, because of what they did to him. And then as soon as the election was over, they let him out of prison. But what Tina found is international. And she has witness statements from the people and has the exact information. And there is a connection to Venezuela. Patrick Byrne's been talking about this on several interviews. And that witness, they won't even allow any of this. They won't allow any of this to even go into an appeal process. They're blocking every option. And we need to watch this, because what they have done from the beginning of this country is the same thing they're doing to Tina Peters. So if we want a different result, then we have to start standing up for someone and not just on social media. And so it's up to we the people. This is our country, and a republic is of, by, and for the people. It's not they flipped the switch and made it that the government was what was important in this nation, and it's not. The government is only there to do what the people want them to do. And instead, they've all become, at the top, they've all become international diplomat, negotiators of deals. They've turned it into a money process at the top, and they're not representing the people anymore. There isn't anything happening for the people. There was a strange thing, and I answered this out on Twitter. There was a guy that said, breaking news, did you know that there's 290,000 or 390,000 people that are million people, I think, that are getting all these Social Security numbers and getting all these Social Security benefits? Because they keep saying there's 4 million that came in during the time of Biden. And I proved that there were, it went from 4.5 to 9.9 to 12 and on up back at the turn of the century in 2000. And between 98 and 2002, there were almost 30 million that were filing reports and claims with the Federal Trade Commission that there are people ruining my Social Security number and doing deals and obtaining credit. And I didn't even know that system was available. And so if that was the number at that time, it was never as much of a flood as it was during the Biden time. But anyway, all these Social Security numbers being issued, and there are that many dead people getting Social Security. How are they calculating Social Security for people who are dead? How are they calculating Social Security for people who are not even born yet? Elon Musk.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family.
Musk just announced on Joe Rogan, he said there are two things that I think we should have 1 or 2 people at every Social Security office get on the phone. Number one, start checking people for their birth year, give them the birth date, because these people are collecting benefits and they're 200 and 300 years old. And then the other side is there are people collecting Social Security benefits in this country now that have given a birth date that doesn't even exist yet. They're not born yet. It's a future date they have submitted, and Social Security has calculated a benefit and is sending them a benefit. Now, Ronald Reagan warned us when he was president. And so President Reagan said, did you know there's no Social Security fund? There is nothing there. I want you to know that all it was a tax to charge the employer and charge the employee. So whether this can be corrected, but from the other side, we have better news for Americans, because Americans that have been paying taxes are due to receive something back. And the president has said, and there is a video on this that has been shared all over social media, where the president said soon, very soon, with everything I'm doing with all these tariffs, you're probably not going to have a reason, or there's going to be nothing that you're going to have to pay any income tax on. And so that's going to shift everything in this country back to the truth, because all of this was set up in 1913 when they did the whole banking situation and signed everything in 1910, and then brought in Woodrow Wilson in 1913. And people said, well, it was a brand new law. It was more than a law. They made an amendment of our Constitution. If you go back and look, it could be 13, 14, right in that range. They made amendments to the Constitution, and they did it within days of him becoming the president during his first term. He's the one that set up the League of Nations that became the UN I mean, it's just craziness what happened in that short period of time. But it's all still in effect. So, but it's all being pulled apart. It's all being pulled apart. It just, everybody wonders still, when's there going to be arrest? I want arrest. And there's all sorts of memes on the internet. And it's not important to see people getting arrested yet, because the layers of evil spread all across this nation. And they spread in all different activities, departments, corporations. It's everywhere. And because it's so pervasive, that's why the big issue right now is get the illegal people out and also deal with the people who harbored those illegals, because they have arrested military families who were transporting illegals on the military base to get around the checkpoint in California. How could you do that when now we've proven you've had governors, judges, senators, congresspeople harboring these people, sometimes even on one or two of their properties that they own. And so there are people involved in this, and all of them have to be dealt with. But what we're still not considering, because people think that we have to do it to Pelosi, we have to do it to Schiff, we have to do it to Hillary. Those aren't the important people. The important people are the kingpins above them. And you don't arrest the people who would give you more information on the people above them. And they aren't going to do it until they're at that point where now the day is you're being raided. But Zelensky was raided 2 weeks ago. This last week, the big person in Minnesota of the Somalia community, who was a politician, his home was raided and his information was raided. And this is how deep all of this evil goes. He seems to be, from what's been released so far, and very little of what's going on about all of that is being released. But what we know so far socially in social media is the fact that he had communications globally with the idea of complete takeover of this nation after the 26th election. And that everything is a go. We just have to be patient to get through that election. What we don't know on the ground until we see these kinds of reports, just how bad the evil is, just how pervasive it is, how they've all come here to do this, but they've been allowed to do this. So here's who gets arrested after all. It's all the people involved in it. It's all the people bringing them in. It's all the people that made it available. It's the people who negotiated for all of this to happen. It's the people, and all of that has to be researched and ready to go. It's not a case of just now this politician in Minnesota is going to pay the price for everything. Then all of the rest of the people get off. That's not how rule of law works. And our president made it very clear back at the time of the riots in 2020 and 2021. He said that he held up the Bible and said, this is our rule of law. And he has said again and again, we're going back to the rule of law. And so with so many people not taking oaths to the rule of law, so many state constitutions not being ratified to hold state representatives and state corporations and state business people up to their oaths as to what they're involved in on our behalf, there is so much we have to deal with. And so please don't keep wondering, when are you going to see arrests? Are you seeing these people out on the street? Because the brigs are full. The military-based brigs are full because most of this is turned over to military. They aren't going to be sitting in a jail somewhere. They're going to be sitting in a brig, and the military is going to take it over because all of these crimes against our country, that's what Tina Peters is trying to let people know about. And she didn't do the audit. She had it independently done to make sure it wasn't something in her department. How did this happen? She did it on behalf of we the people.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not finding a lot of people in Colorado standing up for her. You're finding people across the country talking in social media. But where are the people in Colorado that are so upset that their rights are gone if you've got somebody from Venezuela controlling your election? And those are treasonous crimes. Those are war crimes against our nation. The takeover of our nation is what's behind all of this since the 2020 election. But the takeover of our nation and the leadership, and I don't think I've been on since all of this has been revealed. As you go through book 4 and 5 and then into the new book, you're going to see that we have people who have been in top positions in our country who are not even documented Americans. It's not just the new mayor of New York. It's the former mayor of New York. De Blasio was Warren Wilhelm Jr. until his dad died and was Warren Wilhelm Sr. in 1979. Then he changed his name 3 times, but where's the legality of it? And then he turned it to be more Italian sounding with de Blasio. That isn't his name. It's not his first name, not his last name. And he was in there in a fake name, mayor of New York, making all these decisions.
Yeah.
So who are these people? So we have a lot of work to do in voter registration. We have a lot of work to do in so many areas. And so instead of focusing on what we can't finish or fix right now, we have to focus on what can I do today to help this be a better election in 26? What can I do?
Yeah. So there's several points there that I want to make sure we underscore. One is there is a feeling that 26 is vital. It's a firewall that we have to have change in order to make sure we don't get used again. We have a valid election and we don't lose further control. So that's piece one. Piece two is you mentioned how many people are involved in this. There was a discussion over the weekend where a number of folks that know this stuff are looking at it and looking through, in this case, the state of Georgia, and looking at those who have been involved at a state level and at a national level with regard to Georgia and at a county level.
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash right now. Seriously, they've been lying to you. That pump doesn't cure anything.
And even down to local and municipalities. I mean, there seems to be this pervasive infiltration of, as you say, evil that says we're going to play along with this so that we have control, we have power, we have the money that comes with it. And it is daunting because there's so many. And the question that's being asked is, how do you go about pursuing that? And so that's an open question for many people. What are the right fulcrum points, to press on to try to make progress now where we can? It feels like, exposing the truth of it is one of the key ones, getting the truth out so people can understand what we're facing. And 2, calling out the bad guys when we see them act in bad ways. Does that sound right?
It's the beginning of the process, because when I was going through all this identity theft and when I was going through all the financial things, I went to the National Credit Bureau Association, Consumer Credit Bureau. There's the key, consumer. Mm-hmm. And their answer was merely about committing these crimes. Their answer was, nobody is committing crimes. I said, what do you mean? And they said, as a bureau, we're merely taking in information from consumers. That's our only responsibility. You've got 80 to 100 people with duplicate Social Security numbers of American citizens using that Social Security number to get credit, and nobody has committed a crime. We've never fixed it. We've never resolved it. So when I went to an attorney, he said, you've probably lost tens of thousands of dollars. I said, yes. And he said, so do you want to pay me $30,000 to $50,000 to $80,000 to fight it? Because I'll win. I can absolutely win. They're absolutely wrong. They've absolutely broken the law. Do you think they'll ever pay? The government, Social Security and the credit bureaus will keep you, because they have full-time attorneys. They will keep you in court until you don't have any money left and you can't fight it anymore. And I don't want to see that happen to you. And I don't want to take more tens of thousands of dollars from you to get you to that point where they're going to do that to you, because that's what's happening. And guys, that was back in the early 1990s.
Mm.
And the FBI has never arrested the illegals. We've tried. We've put them in touch with people. We've connected them. We've made everything available, and nobody gets arrested. And so That's why I've said, don't be mad at Pam Bondi. Don't be mad at Kash Patel. Be grateful they're willing to take all the arrows they're taking from people who don't begin to understand how deep this is, how long it's gone on, all the layers of cover up that are already in the files and records that all have to be dealt with in order to get progress. Turning this ship around is not easy. Putting all this back the way it needs to be is not easy. And you think about what they're doing. You think they're getting much sleep? You think they're able to just go to work from 9 to 5 and say, that's it? I don't think so.
I sure hope not.
Well, because look at the pressure they're under. I mean, I saw it again all through the weekend. All these things. Got to fire Bondi, and now they've got those where they do tags on them, and they're getting them trending, and et cetera, et cetera. Stop. We've got people willing to take the slings and arrows against their life, their family, the threats, because they're up against the mountain of evil. And anyone who thinks it's going to be simple and it should have been done in 6 months, you have no idea how deep this is. You have no idea everything they did to cover everything up, because that's what didn't happen in the Republic. You don't vote and get a new president in November, and he doesn't even come into the office until January. They do all of this destructive work. They wouldn't do it if they were passing it from one member of the club to another member of the club, because they were all controlled anyway. Didn't matter. But can you imagine what they did, knowing that they weren't going to be in charge under the new president? Can you imagine what they've done to the records? Can you imagine what they've done for the cover-up? Look what Comey did out in the open. And Comey saying that it was all destroyed. Well, Comey didn't destroy his, and he was on private emails doing national business. It's just what has to be cleared up is so much bigger than anyone can possibly imagine, because President Jefferson warned us. He said, you cannot, if once the republic is corrupted, you cannot you cannot repair or heal the evil. It all has to be restructured. And that is exactly what has to happen. But you have to completely dismantle what they put on top in the corporation off of the republic to reestablish the republic. And he said it has to be completely redone. And that's what has to happen. But you can't do it with the evil people involved in it. Do you think there's anybody from the president on down who can trust more than a handful of people?
I don't think so. Matter of fact, that's been one of the topics of discussion in the last couple of weeks, is how many people right around Trump himself are not doing him service to get him the right information. There's folks that they claim are blocking information that should be getting to him. Others are reinterpreting information so that he doesn't have the right data. It's got to be just a daunting challenge, even with people that, many would have thought, oh, well, these people are okay, they're trustworthy. Mm-hmm. And now we're finding out even within those ranks, there's infiltration that is concerning.
Well, and even a big message came out about Susie Wiles on the big, beautiful bill.
Mm-hmm.
The guys knew why they weren't trying to block it. They weren't voting for it because the bill changed after the people said that, okay, now it's time to vote on it. Then they went back in and changed things and didn't report that they changed things. And so the guys were sending messages through Susie Wiles, and they didn't get to the president. Mm-hmm. So then the president they asked the president to come and meet with them, and he met with each of them individually. And they had given messages that never got to him. Now, if that's true, as digital soldiers, and that's what it's going to take in America, is these digital soldiers on social media. And that's what I kept saying when I sent things in about the Panama Canal. With all this being true, then what's happening with this and this? So we have the right and the authority to write to our people doing that final vote and saying, with all of this being true, was it true about Susie Wiles? Because it's out there now that Susie Wiles held the whole thing up. And now it's also out there that she's one of the main ones he can depend on. We have to help get to the truth of these things instead of just let those messages be out there on social media. We've got to clean things up. Otherwise, we're operating the same way as the fake media, because it's fake news if it's not exactly what happened.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, back during the campaign, many people remember that there were very concerning reports that Susie Wiles and Chris LaCivita as well were doing things that for example, picking ad placements that were not the most efficient and getting apparently some funding personally from some of those. Is that appropriate? I mean, I guess it depends on what their agreement was with the president for supporting his campaign, but it sure doesn't seem ethical to me. I'm going to pick a different way of doing the ad so I make money. Doesn't feel right to me. And then the question becomes, well, how long has this been going on? Is it going all the way back to his beginning administration? It would seem so. I think that dynamic has existed, and good Lord willing, hopefully there are people near him that will get the right information or the.
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash right now. Seriously, they've been lying to you. That pump doesn't cure anything. The
majority of it to him, with our help where we can, as we go along.
Yeah, I don't have any information that any of that happened with the ads. I know that happens in campaigns, but I haven't heard anything about President Trump's campaign.
We reported it when it was going on, and I believe it was based in a lot of facts and documents back in those days. It was early 24, if I recall correctly, that we reported it.
Well, before 24, there was a big issue with WinRed. But that was dealt with. As far as I know, that was dealt with. They're still out there. They're still using websites and still collecting money from people. But it becomes a personal thing. Everyone thinks that everything they do with all of these things goes straight to the president. It never does. It never does. We did a thing by sending FedEx only exactly to the address at Mar-a-Lago and putting the funds in the FedEx envelope, and making sure it was tracked and received, because nothing was going through. So we're in very, very, very unique times. It's just like there was a big thing about the Brunson case this week, and when Dark Knight, and I know Scotty Films and Dark Knight, and they're very close with each other and share films back and forth, and they're both working on intel releases to the people from the military side. And I know both of them and follow both of them. And Dark Knight sent me something, and I answered it out on Twitter, and it was about the Brunson case. And the Brunson case, when I was on an interview with Charlie Ward, many of you probably saw it. I don't do those much. And Charlie was on, and it was a panel. And he had Derek Johnson on, and then Derek Johnson stayed on with my time. So it came into being more people, instead of, there was a Derek Johnson part of the interview, and then a Sheila Holm part of the interview, and then Jan Helper Hayes. And I'd never been on with Jan Helper Hayes. She knew all about me, but I don't know that much about her. And when she came on, so now it was Derek and Sheila and Jan all at the same time, because I was the middle person for the middle hour. And so it turned into a panel, and Jan was talking about Lloyd Brunson signing an NDA, but and he had shared it with her, and she didn't sign the NDA. So she said on this global panel, she's saying, I can share with you what it is. They've already decided the case. They just can't release it yet, et cetera, et cetera. And so I didn't say anything. And before the break, Charlie said, well, do you have anything else before the break? And I said, can I clear something up? And he said, yes. And I said, well, let me explain how the U.S. Constitution works. The Supreme Court only provides an opinion or a ruling. That's what they provide. It was mistaken to think they make law. And not only was Roe versus Wade turned back, but there are 6 more that became considered law. They became something people depended on that was already law. And the Supreme Court, no court makes law from the bench. No court. And that's why the lawfare is court decisions being used to gain a leverage in a court case when that opinion is just that opinion based on the facts of that case. It doesn't make law. The judicial branch doesn't make law. None of them do. But using it to make other cases as though that's now law, that's a precedent, and we use that to decide the case.
Mm-hmm.
So here's the problem. Because it's only a ruling, an opinion, if that opinion was already determined, which it cannot be yet because there's other factors, and I'll explain, because it's not an opinion yet, it's not a law, there is no NDA. I knew there was no NDA. I'm the one who got Lloyd Brunson out on interviews, several interviews, because he wasn't out there and the case wasn't known. Raylan had already filed a case, and that case is still there. Then Lloyd filed the case. That case is still there. Then Raylan filed another case, and when he filed the next case, then that's when the three judges, Sotomayor, Kagan, and Brown-Jackson, Kenji Brown-Jackson, the new one, those three had to recuse themselves because they were now named as defendants for not allowing his case to be even redocketed, and they can't choose to do that. And so now they're defendants, and they had to recuse themselves, and none of this is determined yet. So let me tell you why. So back to Jan and what happened with Charlie Ward is that I said, how can you decide a Supreme Court case when the defendant is the President of the United States? And that defendant, as the President of the United States, has to be the one to enforce a ruling against the President of the United States. How's that even feasible or possible? And so everybody was just stunned. And he said, I never knew that. And I said, the requirements. And then I didn't go into the other cases, but now I'm going to, because what happened this weekend when Dark Knight sent this to me, and you can find it on my Twitter feed, when Dark Knight sent this to me, he said he wanted to know what I thought about it. And because now Jan is saying that she went to Clarence Thomas, who's a Supreme Court justice, and the justice said they have to delay announcing the ruling of the case, which is the same thing as there's an NDA, but nobody knows about it yet, is we've already decided on a case and we haven't issued it yet. And that doesn't happen either. Now, here's why the Brunson case isn't able to be concluded yet. And here's the difference in the Supreme Court people don't seem to understand. The Supreme Court is a people's court. The Supreme Court is there for us to redress grievances. Have we got a grievance about the constitutional responsibility of our people to take an oath to the Constitution, to sit in the chair, to make the decisions in Congress, to make laws, to spend our money, to sit in the seat? Absolutely. And that redress of grievance cannot be ignored. That redress of grievance has to be resolved. But it's been so long since we, the people, stood up with a redress of grievance to the Supreme Court, because it's not to go to your county court, your state court, your federal court. They were turned back on all of them, had to file all these appeals. It took forever to get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is a people's court. There are people now realizing this and filing direct with the Supreme Court for an opinion on things, because did you know that the amendments to the Constitution are from revolutionary times because they were forcing people to house British soldiers who were killing them and their neighbors? And they had to get the redress of grievance with the Supreme Court, and it became amendment to the Constitution. 3 and 4 are major examples. If you look at 3 and 4 amendments, I think Federal Reserve and IRS is way down at 13, 14. So 3 and 4 is way back in time of this country. And it's been so long since it happened. If you think back on Amy Coney Barrett, she was so brilliant, didn't need notes, remember? She didn't have to look at anything. She could just say all these things. It was so powerful. But what were one of the rights awarded to we the people that she couldn't remember? There was one. Out of the whole list, there was one. It was redress of grievance, because nobody plans on doing redress of grievance. Nobody's been doing redress of grievance. Nobody's looking at the process to begin the redress of grievance, because it's not to go through all these lower courts, because that Supreme Court is the people's court. It's a completely different structure than people think about. And so now when she said, now she talked to Clarence Thomas, and Clarence Thomas is delay and told her they're delaying the decision and releasing the decision. It's like, I had to say something, because the Supreme Court doesn't make an opinion ruling and hold it secret from the people.
Yeah.
The Supreme Court can't make a decision on that. Because
there's one simple vision hack anyone can use to improve vision, so you can say goodbye to your optometrist for good.
Thousands of people are improving their sight every day, all by doing this 7-second morning rituals. If you wear glasses or contacts and suffer from blurred vision, glaucoma, retinal detachment, cataracts, diabetic retinopathy, macular degeneration, or any other type of vision impairment, then pay close attention. The eyes are simply a camera for the part of the brain responsible for your sight. Here's the truth. No matter what type of glasses you wear or what eye treatments you try, you're only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. So listen up. Eventually, it will become harder and harder to see clearly, making you feel detached and less engaged in life. This is when your loved ones start to worry if you're able to manage on your own. And the next thing you know, you're relying heavily on others. But here's some good news for you. Top researchers from the University of Cambridge have made a startling discovery. While studying a lesser-known area of the brain, these researchers were stunned to find that all vision impairments stem from one single root cause. More importantly, they've unveiled a simple 7-second vision ritual you can begin to apply tonight. Even 70-year-old patients who were entirely dependent on their glasses for over 7 years are now seeing better than ever.
Because guess what we found out? And many of you who've been following me for a while already know about these cases. But the Todd Callender, the international attorney, we met way back during the whole time of 20 and 21 and the genocide and all of the stuff that was happening regarding the vaccines, et cetera, et cetera. So we were on this email listing, and that's how he found out about me. And then when the Georgia Guidestones went down, he found out more about me. Then we started having regular conversation. That was in 22. And when I talked to him about what was happening with the Brunson case, because the Brunson case had come forward in 22, I said, what if, like happened to me in San Diego, how could all of those judges and law firms operate outside of the law? Do you suppose they didn't take their oath? And he said, judge is not taking an oath. He thought it was kind of an odd, how could you be a judge and not take the oath to be a judge? And it could be, they take an oath every time you're in a courtroom. Well, this is the research they did. So anybody that hasn't heard me talk about this, he did all the research, and that's how he found the 45 points and handed them to me that were read to our congressional record. How did that happen? He ended up going out looking for, can anyone in a position in America be in a position and not take an oath? And he found avoid all loyalty oaths. And in my new book, An Eternal Plan, point 13 is avoid all loyalty oaths. Now, they take oaths to their organizations that they're involved in, but they don't take an oath to the Constitution thinking that they're not going to be tried for treason because they didn't take an oath to America. So you can't try them for that, but they still sat in the seat. They still took the payroll. They still made decisions. They still made laws. They still spent our money. All of these people in Congress. Well, the judges were making decisions every day. And did you know even all of the judges, the federal judges that were involved in the J6 cases didn't take their oath? So when Todd found out all of this and handed me the 45 points, that's 3 years ago when I started doing the research on the new book. And he filed a case April 18 of 2023 with the circuit court. And that was that all of these federal judges chose not to cure it, just like Congress. They just ignored everything. So did the judges. They don't care because they're avoiding all loyalty oaths. So their loyalty is not to America. We have a much bigger situation than the Brunson case. And I don't know if Jan is an American. She's mainly in Europe, so maybe she's become a European and no longer an American citizen, or maybe just living in Europe. I don't know. But there aren't many people at the top level of research and investigative reporting in America that don't know about this status and how severe it is in America, because we've had judges on the bench not taking an oath to our Constitution in America, making decisions against American citizens. And now you're noticing there's some of the judges that have been harboring the illegals. And when they find out ICE comes in, they hide the illegals and get them out the back door of the courts, because they're advised, because they're a judge, that ICE is coming in your court and this is what they're going to do because you're seeing this person today. And the judge decides to help the illegal and not cooperate with ICE. You're only seeing surface things. But that's why I'm taking a moment to share this. And that's why Dark Knight sent it to me, because he knew that I'd already shared all of this before. Because where we're at such a critical point in our country. And it's not about, I don't care when Schiff gets arrested. I don't care when Pelosi gets arrested. But do you see him on the street anymore? You think you see him. You think you see him in videos, but do you really see him? Remember how President Trump said, anyone seen Hunter? Because I want to know if you've seen Hunter. I don't mean a video of Hunter. I don't mean you think you saw him in the gallery or he's introducing a new. I mean, have you seen Hunter? You know what he looks like and you have seen him. He loves to do a little trolling. He tells us all the time, I love a little trolling in the morning. And boom, he's notice. And this is what he's so good at. Because all of this activity with the illegals none of it has been addressed by the people in position being paid to protect we the people from an illegal invasion in this country. So let me just button this up. I don't mean to take a lot of our time today on this, but it's so critical to understand that the Brunson case is so much bigger than you can possibly imagine, and how it was so powerful that Rayland went back in with a new part to the case, named those 3 Superior Court judges, and they recused themselves within 24 hours. They knew. They weren't willing to do it. They didn't recuse themselves before he filed the case. But when he filed the case, they recused themselves immediately. Because they realized now they're defendants on the same case because of what they've done. I don't know if you've sat down and heard Loy. He's going to be introducing his coffee table book at General Flynn's event on the 16th. And if you go on his website, I think it's just loybrunson.com. And it's this new coffee book about the Constitution. And just a powerful stand they've done. And he's got the pamphlet Constitution that you can carry with you, refer to the Constitution. It'd be good to sit down with your family and study the Constitution, because when I mention these things to people, they don't know the Constitution. And here's what's really funny. I just found out something today from a brilliant researcher. Her name's Gina. I think you know her, William, but she's pulled her website down right now because she has redress of grievance on there. She has the states that don't have a ratified Constitution on there. And did you know that I know the 1850 California Constitution, because I know the Nebraska 1867 Constitution. So I know, because I lived in Nebraska a fair amount of time growing up, and then my additional college and adult life is in California. And so I read the Constitution when I live in that state. And did you know that that Constitution is not the first original Constitution? Gina found original constitutions to California. 1850 is not the first one. But in 1850, they're still saying no lottery. So we, the people, in order to form a more perfect union, in order to help people like Tina, in order to clean up our elections, in order to clean up the people who are actually candidates by voter registration, do they meet the qualifications? There's so much that we can do. There's so much we can help with. Just in our own individual lives. Have you moved and not removed your old voter registration? The reason they haven't cleaned them up, they're letting people use that ballot. That's why, if you haven't voted in a while, and then that's why President said, everybody go out and vote, because those of you who have not been voting, they are sending people to vote your ballot. And we found that out. That's why there's so many people. Nobody looked at it in the elections. They said, I got to the ballot box and they said I'd already voted and I hadn't voted. People were shocked.
Bless you.
That's how they did it. That's how they did it.
Yep.
So I've been on a rant for a while, but I want you guys to know the depth of this. And it's so frustrating to hear somebody say that about Lloyd Brunson and then to say that about a Supreme Court justice when that is not what's going on. The Supreme Court justices that are lawful and true are very concerned and want to get to the bottom of this. And there are more cases. I'm just telling you about the cases I know, but they're all related because it's all about the fact these people have not been committed to our country for generations. And we thought they were working for us. We didn't know. So now that we know and they're not committed to us, it's more widespread than you can imagine. And the states that don't, they know which states don't have ratified constitutions. Because did you know that the states have to have, I think it's 66.5 or whatever, 0.7 to get the state constitution ratified?
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
They've never even brought it up to vote. And it's not for your state assembly or state senate or Congress to do it. It's we the people. It has to be on the ballot. And we have to review it and we have to vote to ratify it as our Constitution. So the original constitutions were all about God the Father in the year of our Lord. It was all of that. They aren't ratified. They look good, but they're not ratified. And so we have work to do.
Boy, sure sounds like it. You mentioned the voter rolls and the issues there. Of course, here in Georgia, that's particularly egregious because we've got a number of folks like Jason Frazier and Kevin Monkla and others who have done deep research for now many years. They can point to, thousands upon thousands of registrations where a name has been subtly changed, a spelling has been subtly changed, an address may have a subtle change in it. It might have, 1710 Nowhere Lane, as the address, and yet they remain in there. And I just heard other commentary over the weekend that suggested that even when they get changed, even when somebody calls them out and those are removed, within a few months they go back in again. And the question then becomes, oh my goodness, who is doing this and from where? And like I said, especially in Georgia, we believe that there are millions potentially of voter registrations which are erroneous.
It's every state to make the openings for them to vote. In California, when they decided to mail out the ballots, they didn't think the people would find out how much truth they found out. Did you know that people who wanted to illegally vote, but they wanted to have that ballot available, ballots were mailed to residents' addresses, and somebody is so thorough that they knew the name of the pet. And so if the pet was Misty and the last name was Brown, the pet had a ballot. So they mailed things to that address. And if you had adult children and now they've gone on to college and now they've moved out to Arizona from California, they were still on there. So they were still active voters and they were voting in Arizona. They were no longer residents of California. So none of it's been cleaned up on purpose. There's an agenda, an evil agenda. They knew exactly what to do. Point 43, I think we sliced over the top of it, of point 43, because it's so pervasive about taking us over before we're self-governing. That's point 43. And I didn't even have the Charles Joseph Bonaparte part until FBI, because Father didn't reveal it till I did FBI. But within 20, 30 years of our country, they had changed everything. Everything. They moved us in 3 years to DC, knowing what they meant by District of Columbia, knowing that they carved out the 10 square miles called DC and made it their own sovereign soil, made themselves rulers over America from their own sovereign soil as though they're a foreign entity. We didn't know any of this was going on. Then here comes the fake Biden inauguration, and they go to the National Cemetery, and only the president can put the wreath on. It was already on because President Trump put it on before he left. And they do the cannon strikes, and the music is funeral of a foreign dignitary. And that's what's represented. And so when you start adding it up, but these are all things we don't know because we've been busy working, putting our kids through school, having plenty of jobs, having plenty of money to put the food on the table. Then we got to be concerned about retirement because Social Security isn't that much. And you see, they've put us on a path that none of these illegals are dealing with.
Yeah.
But before we were established as a country, they had already, and this is back in the book series before the new book, it was high nobles and the Knights of Pythias that were the territorial governors before they were states. And how were the counties in Georgia still the same counties in the 1777 map? When I spoke in Georgia, I shared that map on purpose, and people were shocked because those counties still have the same name. How were those already established before they moved the Native Americans out of there? So a lot of this was already in play. They had a plan before they came. They knew what they were doing in coming here to establish this. Why? They've done this everywhere. They come in and become the rulers. They become the head of state. They come in with identity theft and have taken over the rulership of every nation in the world.
Yeah.
And they ruin them. They ruin them. They steal all their money. Venezuela went from the wealthiest country in 2000 to where they are today.
That's right.
Filled with gangs. Funded by who? Us. People wonder why they want death to America. It's been us doing all of this.
It's been the bad among us, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's the CIA doing it. It's the CIA and Jimmy Carter that did all these elections to make it all democracies, all mob rule, majority rule, mob rule. We're not a democracy, and we keep saying democracy, but we were a republic, which is a form of government of, by, and for the people. And our forefathers gave us that, which is, and people, I just got a videotape. It was so disturbing where the Kennedys were not Kennedys. They were really a mafia family, and that's how they're related to Abraham Lincoln, is because it's this whole mafia line and everything else, and can't trust the Lincolns and can't trust the Kennedys. And I'm like, what is going on here? But you know what one of the major points is? You have to discredit the founding fathers because they want to tell you they have a better way to form this government and be the government in America than the founding fathers. The founding fathers were the ones who got us out of tyranny and set us up for freedom and liberty on the land. They knew the truth. They worked with the Pilgrims and the Native Americans. And then the guys came in from Europe. Monroe said it in 1820. We were a nation not even 30 years. 31 years, inauguration 89. So 31 years. He's already saying this infiltration is so bad. You've brought tyranny right into this country. We have to stop this. And then they had to take him out on the 31st year of the anniversary of our nation.
Goodness.
55th, 31st year he did that. 55th year they took him out. 50th year they took out Jefferson and Adams. So what we're dealing with is not new, but it's been developed all through our system of government from the very beginning. And that's what Point 43 was about. Within 10 years, they did this. I should go back and just put headlines. 5 years, they already did this. 10 years, they already did this. But I just left it in, by 1800, they did this. By 1820, they did this. 1840, they did this. 1850, they did, like that. So we were not a nation, but 60 years, that's 3 20s, and 20 is recycle unto death. They put us into public school compulsory attendance. And that's what started the downfall of the next generations. They already had the top part of the government structured together. When you go back and look at it, they were very effective and very efficient, and they knew exactly what they were doing. And then they just started pulling threads on the fabric of our nation until none of us seemed to get along enough to unite.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join
together to come against them. And that was the desire, divide and conquer. Okay. So they're still doing it. They're still saying it. They're still communicating it. Their actions prove it. So we've got to stand behind the people who are willing to fight for us right now.
Yep. You mentioned a number of things around the inauguration, and I recall even that day there were a number of reports of people noticing unusual things, including as supposedly Biden was driven by limo on his motorcade following the inauguration as they passed the National Guard. Some of the National Guard troops were turned away. They were facing backwards, which was very notable. That's not what they would normally do. And as you say, the ceremony at the Arlington National Cemetery was in fact a cemetery, a funeral, gun firing. The number, the cadence, everything has been called out as this isn't consistent with an inauguration. This is a funeral. So it's very, the signals are all over the place. And I think we talked in previous weeks about others beginning to say, are there comms everywhere laying in front of us or have been told to us? We just weren't paying attention closely enough.
It's true. It's true because February 28 of 21, I can add to that whole thing of why it was, in essence, that's the only funeral Biden was going to get, was what happened at the National Cemetery, because Biden is gone. The president's just now starting to say again, Biden was executed, and people don't want to believe it. But if you go back to and it's still available because people look it up every time I mention it, it's still available out on the internet. It's CPAC, February 28 of 21. And what happened is the president I said, you've got to listen because there's been no State of the Union that confirms that Biden's nowhere.
Right.
And if you think back on those years, nobody even noticed it. They had one when they made such a big deal about it, because I was mentioning it all the time. They did one, but it was in March.
Uh-huh.
And according to their corporation, it has to be done by the end of February. So on February 28 of 21, when it would have been his first one, President Trump had a speech at the end of CPAC. And it was a full, long, very specific, very filled with factual information State of the Union. And people were contacting me and saying, it's going on for so long. Should I keep listening? Should I keep listening? I said, listen to the whole thing. You're not going to get another State of the Union. This is February 28. And nobody knew that. You know what I mean? And so when he got toward the end, I'm pretty sure it's in the last 10 minutes. And even friends of mine who have known him for years, who were sitting in the sound booth of the studio. I'm not going to mention their names because they listen to my interviews, but the husband and wife were sitting in the studio booth, hearing him do the speech and never heard this. When they went back and watched it, they go, how could I have missed this? The president even made the notations. He was pointing to his left arm and he goes, remember when he got that shot? And remember, we knew there was a plastic cover, so he never really got the shot. But it was all on camera. And a lot of people fell for it and thought he got because that was what it was for. Make people think that we're all getting this shot. And so he said he got the shot in the left, according to the camera. but he always complained about pain in the right. And I can't imagine why he did that, kind of thing. And I'm not saying exactly what the president said. And then he said, but let me think, because I want to be exact. I want to be exact because it was on a specific date. And he's thinking, and he already knows, the president already knows. And he's got that look. And then he goes, yes, it was on December 21 of 20. And when he got that shot, he never complained about pain again. So I immediately went out and I said, guys, he's told us they handled it because the military asked him to concede the election and he refused. And so he said he would capitulate. And I didn't know what that meant at the time, but capitulate means to surrender. He would capitulate, but they had to bring Hunter in with him. And then the president kept saying after that, anyone seen Hunter? You know where Hunter is? Because Hunter was required to do all of those things and for the family and everything else. And people wish that nothing had to happen to Hunter. But Hunter, under that pressure, could have made a different choice. He could have turned his dad in because Bo did, the older brother did. And he told the truth and revealed everything. And I really hope instead of quickly dying of cancer out of the blue that nobody knew about, I'm really hoping that Bo's okay. But Hunter had to come in with his dad because of what happened. And but it was Biden that said, I'll capitulate if you make Hunter come in with me. What a dad. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
So people said, well, Sheila, I don't know about firing squad. And I said, well, the president made firing squad ahead. And they go, when did he do that? And I said, 14 days before. Do you see how we're using the numbers against them? 14 was on the Georgia Guidestones. 14 were the pieces of Osiris, who was really Nimrod, cut into pieces. And it was a lie about putting the pieces back together because his mother had relations with him before he died, but she wanted to make it like it was an immaculate conception, just like Christ for Horus. Because she became deified as Isis Ishtar in Egypt, and he became deified as Osiris, Nimrod, and his mother Semiramis. And so that 14 is a key thing. Well, you go back 14 days, and what's the day? December 7. Because our guys know it was a setup. We were paying China and Russia against Japan, and that made Japan upset to come and do it on us. And they knew Pearl Harbor was going to happen. They knew the day it was going to happen, but we weren't going into World War II because we found out the truth about war in World War I. So none of the families were going to let their sons go. So they had to create that, just like 9/11 got our guys to volunteer to go into war the next day, because believing men, when you give them a cause, will fight.
Yep.
For the sake of a good cause. And that's what they have done from the beginning of time. And that's why the Civil War was the killing of believing men. And then everything we've been in, Vietnam was a civil war, Korea was a civil war, all these have been a civil war. You get the people fighting each other in their own country, and then you let our guys be killed in the midst of it. It's so evil and pervasive and horrific, and has to stop. And that's why the president said he just stopped another war last week with the signing of Rwanda and the Congo. 34 years they've been at war.
Yeah.
And
having so many pieces of success stopping these conflicts around the world is, people I don't think give it its due time to consider what that takes. I mean, these, as you said, these wars have gone on for decades, many of them. And yet in his first few months in office, Trump solved many of these and continues to work to solve the last couple that are floating around here. And most people don't realize that in and of itself is a blessing, a sign, hopefully from God himself, that we are moving to a different posture here.
Well, how can we, as America, heal and come through this? Because everybody has to be working towards unity against evil. And with these wars and keeping these upsets going and funding things to make these upsets happen, the whole thing has been like putting us in a movie our whole life, thinking that all these horrible things are happening around us. When Sony sent me to Japan, this is in points 1 and 2 because of what 1 and 2 is about. We haven't discussed that yet, so I don't want to blow that. But I was on my way to Japan with Sony because I was chair of...
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve. To keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
Of a committee. And I ended up with that because nobody else wanted to take notes and report in to the corporate office, right? And so I did the notes, I did the reports and reported it in. Well, then I ended up getting the trip to Japan. Well, then everybody wanted to become the chair of the committee, 3-4 years later. And so I end up going to Japan with Sony, and I called my dad about it. And he goes, Sheila, I just don't want you to go. I said, why? And he said, they just want to kill Americans. And we're 30 years after he was in World War II as a medic, and he saw them kill. And he knew why he was in that war. Do you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So he still was living the war 30 years later. That I don't think you should go to the Orient, Sheila. I'm very concerned. He's my dad, you know what I mean? And doesn't want me to put myself in harm.
Yeah.
And so we have been living things so horrific because the game was always against us. And that's why now with the president healing things all around the world and bringing truth, because you don't just have peace. Everybody has to come away from all the stories and the lies to truth. And as all these countries have been doing that, look at how much we're coming closer and closer to truth.
Yep.
I'm noticing a shift and change. I'm noticing people accepting things I'm saying more. I've had so many apologies for thinking that I was crazy 10 years ago, 12 years, 15 years ago. I always thought you were crazy and the stuff you were mentioning was so outlandish. How could this be? And now I realize you were only giving us the tip of the iceberg because that's all we could handle. I'm getting so many people realizing that we have not been at the 40,000 foot view to see what's really happening and begin to start to turn it around. Because the only thing that can change America is we, the people, uniting together. And so we've got to start praying about, Father, how can I be used in this? How can I be a blessing to these people? How can I help unity happen in my community? How can I help fix these things? Reveal to me, Father, what I can do on this day. I await the assignment of what I can do. And if I don't understand it, put me in that position to get the job done, because we don't always know exactly. If anybody thinks I knew there were going to be 21 books out anytime in my lifetime and another 8 sitting on the back burner, you don't know me, because none of this was planned. None of this of going to Georgia was planned. None of this, none of it was understood. Only Father knows the end from the beginning. And now even my own cousins are saying, Sheila, look what God has done. And I can't even believe what God has done and what he has shown me. And all I could say is when people say, I can't believe God's allowed you to go through all these horrible things. I am so sorry God allowed all that. I said, whoa, wait a minute. God knew that I wouldn't let stand what they're doing to people. He knew that I needed to know it, to explain it, define it, fight it, find answers to it, to get us where we need to be. I'm that kind of a person. I didn't know how deep that was inside of me. Father knows how he knew us before we were in our mother's womb. It makes it clear. He knew exactly what we would do. Now, I could have turned away from him. I could have done something else that was easier. Almost everything else in my life has been easier than where I am right now. But Father knew that I wouldn't quit. He knew I wouldn't give up. He knew I would keep saying what he wanted me to say. He knew that I would keep writing these books. Albeit I thought I knew that I was writing it so I could leave Georgia. Hasn't happened. But see, I don't know. His ways are not our ways. And so he's got other things for me to do. And, but here we are. And we have to help each other get through, because it's we the people in order to form a more perfect union. I cannot emphasize that enough. And that's why they pushed until 64 million abortions happened. And it didn't just stop there. I don't know how many there are now, because I don't know if people are even tracking it anymore. But 64 million messengers coming to this nation. That's a pretty good chunk of the 324 million who are here legally. Might be 327 million. Father, thank you. I don't know the number, but I may be 3 million off. So, but in that number, 64 million is a lot of American messengers that God was sending that didn't make it. Because you talk to any of these children who are still connected with the Father, they've got rich information to share with us. When you see them worship Him, it's just a whole different experience. So I just thank you for this time, Bill. I thank you. I don't know if there's anything else today, but
I just wanted to add one facet to this, and that is, you mentioned that, people are paying attention more. They are getting this, and we see that, especially with the comments that folks send in. I wanted to acknowledge that and say thank you to all the viewers that take time to make a comment, to say thank you, to give credit to you and all the work that you've done over those 21 books that you didn't know were coming. But you can tell they appreciate it, and many talk about talking to their families and trying to help their families understand more as well. So all this work is expanding geometrically, in due in large part to your work and folks like you. So thank you for spending the time with us and helping bring people forward in their understanding, belief, and faith.
Well, and the new book we've been working on, we still have a lot of the points to cover, and send in your questions to Bill, because we'll answer them. The 45 points, an eternal plan always trumps the human plan. I don't know if you have it handy.
I do.
But it's now in hardback. On the 1st of December, it was released in hardback, and the hardback is available on Amazon. People wonder if it's available on the website, and the paperbacks and ebooks are on the website. Paperbacks, I'm printing them in America through the website. They're printed all around the world, and all of those rights were already established around the world. So I've left all those in place, and those are all through Amazon. So if you're in another nation, the print books are on Amazon, and the hardback is only on Amazon. But the ebooks are available for anybody on our website of all these books.
Okay, so let me walk backwards here. We're going to bring up the website so people can see it. Hisbest.org, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And so they can get the ebooks there. And then, as you say, they're also available. The hardbacks are available on Amazon. And what a wonderful read. Now, especially the latest book, An Eternal Plan, is got a lot to it. How many pages is it?
I narrowed it down to 500.
Narrowed it to
God
500.
had to rein it in. He said, if you would have kept going, it would have been 3,000. And I didn't think it was that, but I know there's things that I wish were in there, but becomes too much. But there are still people who hate to read books, reading this entire book, 500 pages, in 3 or 5 days.
Yeah.
The man who did the intro video for me, read it in 2 days. He read half of it in 1 day and the other half the second day. And then in the next 7 days had that video done that's on the homepage.
Yeah. And then in a couple of our last visits, you've spoken of some of the themes coming from Nation Restoration, which is, of course, a wonderful read. And then, of course, the For the Sake of America series, 1 through 5. And you've got, did you say 2 more coming?
There's 3. There's 6 and 7 for the series, and a second edition of Nation Restoration. Nation Restoration, it was General Flynn that asked for the second edition back in 21, because the first one came out in 14, but
Stop scrolling. This is huge.com. Non-stop, mind-blowing AI videos. Upload your own creations and start getting paid today.
The 1 in 14 reveals the infiltration through student visas, through visitor visas. These people have never left our country that came in on visas. They were never required to leave the country. Nobody's been watching because, and that's what I mentioned, but not so much today. We've had people, even in the presidential candidate positions, that are undocumented foreign nationals. Bush was never the name. You talk about what's happened with our voter registration rolls. Bush was never their name. And their name is Scherf out of Germany, and they were all born Germany. So 41 and 43 were not able to be candidate for president. And 42 was a Rockefeller. And so where was his dad? What's his relationship? Because both parents have to be American to run for president. And so it didn't happen for 41 or 43. And that's another that's another platform of taking over a nation, is you go in there and you take over the nation against the Constitution. So they were all operating against our Constitution, where you have to be natural born, meaning your mom and dad have to already be American citizens before you can run for president.
Well, we will look forward to our next chance to get together. Hopefully we'll be able to cover more of those final chapters that we haven't yet gotten to from an Eternal Plan.
Mm-hmm.
And in the meantime, we'll be watching carefully your posts on X through Nation Restoration, your account name on X. And again, we thank you so much for the time that you spent, not just today, but throughout the series, to help bring people up to speed.
Well, and if people want the autographed, an autographed copy of the hardback, we're working it out. The details are going to be in the newsletter. So if people haven't gone on the website, there's just subscribe to newsletter, first, last name, and your email. It's just captured by the computer. We're not doing anything else with it and sending out the email, but there'll be a December email coming out this week.
The real reason you're stiff after sitting.
You can live a very long time without getting old. My wife just turned 74. I'll turn 74 in 2 months. None of us have an artificial hip, a joint, things that we associate with getting older. My wife and I were over in Europe. Each day we walked 8 to 12 miles hiking through mountains. I'm going to give you 3 takeaways that is going to start you on this road to good health. And the more you get this into your diet, the better you're going to do.
Study out of China took healthy volunteers and they put them on a 14-day water fast where they got nothing but water, with one exception. One group got 100 calories per day of prebiotic fiber. The folks who got the prebiotic fiber had no hunger, even with a 14-day water fast. Why?
Watch what apples do to our body.
Trail mix.
First ingredient, peanuts. One of the worst. It's not a nut at all.
I've known about you peripherally for many years, and I've known a little bit about your whole.
All right, there, ladies. Yeah, you gotta love those ads. Every 10 minutes is how Rumble does it. Quite frustrating, I don't say so myself. Did you guys enjoy the show? Sheila's pretty interesting. I'm tired. The weekend is over. Seems like Donald Trump lived through the day. Yeah, I seen it. It's not Rob Reiner though. A man and woman were found dead in a house owned by him. Says his wife and him live in the home. Maybe it is him, but none of these articles are saying that yet. What was the cause? Stabbed by their son. Interesting. Wild. Well, these ads are stupid. Son has a drug problem, huh? Weird. I don't know. Never know. Well, weird people. There's some weird ones out there from the Hollywood era. All right, well, I'll let you guys go. We'll gloss over it tomorrow we'll give it about the same amount of time we gave O.J. Simpson when he died. Sound good? Sound good? With that, I'm gonna go relax. I'll see you guys all tomorrow. We'll do it all again. Do it all again tomorrow. Love you guys. Take care. Watch out for your drug addict sons. Oh, too soon? God bless you guys. Good night.
so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you. Ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest for rights. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women. Not merely peace in our time, but peace in all time.